kind of feels like we're looking at it from a mile away.
Yeah.
Because nobody wants to let us like drill into their head
Yes.
while they sleep, I would imagine. So it'll be interesting to
Then
see
the
how that
product,
develops
then
over
the
the next
product
10 or
is
15 years.
when you
Where are
people
we on the
have
right track and where are we
started
totally
buying
wrong?
it,
And on that note,
buying
you have a lot of up and
buying it.
down ideas, right? You have a hypothesis, you test it, you discover something completely different. I wonder if you can talk to me about some of that journey.
Oh yeah, absolutely. That's really the fun of science. Neuroscience is like building a giant puzzle that's
Mm,
really difficult but really rewarding. So every paper that we publish is just one piece of that puzzle, and we don't always know when we come up with a piece where it fits in the bigger picture. And so we actually sometimes think that it fits with this other thing. And I don't know if you ever built a puzzle before, but sometimes you think, oh, these two go together, and they don't quite fit. But you think, they've got to fit, and you try to mash it together, and it's not until you have more pieces of the puzzle that you realize, oh no, this other piece goes there, and that one actually still doesn't belong anywhere, but eventually we're going to find, these for it. So it's not like anything that we come up with, if we have rigorous approaches to it, is wrong. It's just we don't always know where things fit. So sometimes papers get published and not cited, and so they are considered low impact papers because for 20 years no one knows what to do with that knowledge. But the good thing about publications and a record is that they are sitting there, and someday someone will say, well, what about that? And they'll find that paper and say, oh, that fits perfectly with this portion of the puzzle that I'm building. And so for me personally, the way I've come up with some discoveries is because I had a hypothesis that was completely wrong. And in fact, so one of them is that I thought that if REM sleep is for remembering, this memory structure of our hippocampus will be active in one way during REM sleep, and if REM sleep is for forgetting, like was hypothesized by another researcher, your hippocampus, this memory structure, should be active in an opposite way. And so I wanted to test this hypothesis. I thought it's going to be either one or the other. It's possible that REM sleep isn't for memory at all, and it's going to be all over the place instead. But it's going to be either one or the other. And the first data set I looked at was for the forgetting. It gave me evidence that it's for forgetting. So I wanted to say, and before I published it, I said, okay, REM sleep is for forgetting, and then I had to look at another data set for another reason. And I said, okay, let me see how these animals, how the cells are active during REM sleep in these animals. And I found quite different. In fact, it looked like they were all over the place. So I thought, oh shoot, maybe REM sleep isn't for forgetting, because look at the animal cells are all over the place. But when I had to take those cells and parse them by whether those cells were forming a new memory or just encoding an old, very well familiar, already consolidated memory that the hippocampus wasn't important for anymore, they fired at opposite phases. And the one that was the phase at which the familiar, already consolidated memory fired was consistent with forgetting. So the hippocampus could be refreshed and able to learn. But the phase at which the cells that are involved in learning something brand new were firing is consistent with REM sleep serving a function for remembering and better remembering. So that's the brain telling me that my hypothesis was way too simple. It wasn't one or the other, but in fact the brain somehow knew whether it was important to forget this thing because now it's remembered somewhere else, or to remember it because it has not yet been consolidated. And that blew me away. I had no idea, and it took me actually it's been 20 years that I still don't know the mechanism, but I have a brilliant graduate student who's now able, with the tools that we've got now, Michelle Fraser, to actually answer that question that we've had for the last 20 years of how it's possible that two cells located right next to each other but including different things can fire at opposite phases.
That's incredible. I love that journey and sort of like adapting to the data and being open to it in terms of, I thought this, but now it's this, and changing your mind. How do you approach things with that mentality where it's easy to change your mind?
Well, first of all, you have to put your ego to bed because we're all going to be wrong. If we are striving and hot on the trail of something that's real, we have to be open to the fact that we can be wrong and that our hypothesis will always be too simple because our brains are complex. That's one thing that everybody agrees on. And so our hypotheses about how it must work have got to be, have to embrace that complexity. Putting our egos to bed is the first thing to do.
Perfect. And sort of the last question I want to ask you is, what is success to you? How do you think about that?
A successful life, a happy life, is one where you can brighten the corner where you are, whatever you're doing. And I might not have been a scientist had I not happened to have a couple of experiences that showed me that science wasn't as boring as it looked on TV. So I'm really glad that I'm able to do science. But if I had not been a scientist, I'm sure I would have enjoyed my life doing something else, right? I just like to, I think success is to be able to be useful in making the world a better place, no matter what you're doing. And for me, the thing that excites me, that makes me the happiest, probably the most excited, the thing that makes me jump up and down, is when I'm able to put two pieces of the puzzle together that seem to actually fit and come up with some answer. I know that I myself am not going to be able to do a huge portion of this huge puzzle, but I'm really glad that I have colleagues that are working on it too, that are also smart and also excited and can tell me about what they're doing so that we can all together as a community solve this really important thing, how our brains work and how we can make them work better in cases when we're not working as well.
Fear.
That's beautiful. I love that you said, I believe in this as well, being useful toward making the world a better place. It's a beautiful way to end this. Thank you so much.
All right.
The tiny dinner party where people get really real. I don't know if you remember shareware days. That's sort of you write in order to leave behind notes for one another. I mean, how do we live 10,000 lifetimes in one?
What advice do you have for writing a good YC application?
If I can learn something, that's the part that I like the most.
How much cringe is the right amount of cringe?
Some amount is necessary.
That's
if
my
it's zero,
theory. That's
if
my
it's
theory.
zero, it's not enough.
You create until your fingers bleed, and then you create some more.
In a world where the internet exists, being incredibly weird and unique and yourself and having the courage to do that is really, really important. I mean, I don't know if you remember shareware days. That's sort of, sorry, this was before the internet, so like 1991, 92. There are these things called bulletin board systems.
Sure.
And so that was sort of the proto-internet. And being really, really young, I would just get into these forums. And the thing about the forums is like they couldn't tell how old you were, and you could have these long discussions about virtually anything. I feel like my brain more or less developed. I liked being treated as an adult instead of being as a child, actually. And then I got really into desktop publishing. So one thing that I feel really lucky about is my parents always made sure I could have access to sort of the newest PC. And so I discovered a program called Aldous PageMaker, and it allowed me to basically create my own underground newspaper. And I made one. I asked my classmates when I was in 7th grade. If you were going to make a newspaper, what would you write about? And it was all kinds of stuff. Like I remember one of my best friends at the time wrote about how Pete Wilson and the 3 strikes law in California was unjust. He's like, we're 12-year-olds talking about the 3 strikes law and criminal justice reform,
So you were really interested in the ideas. It was the ideas that drew you to writing from a very, very early age.
Yeah, I mean, that we could have an opinion about these things, we could educate ourselves, and then that it was important to do so. Like, I don't know why I wrote about that stuff, short of just that we cared about our society around us. And then I actually learned how to code first by making web pages. So I created an underground newspaper. My 7th grade teacher would take the 8.5 by 11 sheets. It'd be like 10 or 15 pages of just writing by the kids in our English class, and she'd photocopy 150 copies, and then every single person in our class would get it. And then me being sort of the short, nerdy, shrimpy kid, like I suddenly went from really a nobody who probably get shoved in lockers, and I became someone who people looked up to, and I had for the first time standing in like our public school, and I had influence. So I guess weirdly, a lot of the things that now I'm known for, I learned when I was doing undergrad newspaper in 7th grade.
Happens a lot. I mean, the thing that might make you weird as a kid might make you great as an adult if you don't lose it. And that's a line from Kevin Kelly, my interview resume.
Yeah, and that was from your interview with him. So,
oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Oh, yeah. Yeah. It's a good line. So you go from that, and then you're the editor-in-chief at this magazine called Express.
Oh, it's just our school newspaper in high school. So I think that just continued. I mean, I just really enjoy not just writing, but also sort of seeing what other people had to say. And I think there's like sort of a through line to now my experience on Twitter or X. Like it's just fascinating. Like I feel like my Twitter feed sometimes is actually a curated feed of dozens of group chats, dozens of people who normally would never get attention. So it actually kind of feels like a distributed newsroom, kind of like just like the old underground newspaper.
So what I find interesting is that on one hand, early on, you have this love for ideas, but then you're also reading Kerouac and Milan Kundera. So I see sort of the heart fusing with the mind very early. Tell me about that.
I guess I always sort of expected that we write in order to leave behind notes for one another. That's what writing is to me. I mean, how do we live 10,000 lifetimes in one?
Nice.
And it feels like in order to sort of skip ahead, I was like desperate for wisdom from others. And then, I had a pretty rough childhood, and then I could always sort of retreat into the printed page. Like I could be anywhere. I could understand how other people thought. And so, sometimes I would just go to the library and like pick out books at random and just read them just for fun. Funny story though, I distinctly remember reading The Fountainhead by Anne Rand, and it actually messed up my college essays.
What do you mean?
I think December of like 1998. My college essays. And, I had sent off my Stanford one already. And I remember being in Fremont Public Library at the main library, and it was the strangest experience. Like I remember walking down the hallways, and you ever have this happen? Like it's like a book calls out to you, and I like look over, and then it's like, oh, this is like, it was almost like it's like in a video game. There's like a halo around the book, and I looked at it, picked it up, and it was like Anne Rand's The Fountainhead, and I read it, and it made me an asshole. And all of my other essays were kind of not something that, personally, if I was reading that application, I don't think I would have accepted it.
Huh.
And so, funny enough, like I got waitlisted and rejected from every other school other than Stanford.
Wow.
Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
So I often think about that, because I never experienced that sort of like weird synesthesia. Who knows what it means?
What do you mean by the synesthesia?
Oh, literally, like I could see like a halo around this book, and like for whatever reason, I needed to read that book at that moment. So,
well, early on, you have an interest in love that really shows up. There's a lot of writing that you're doing on it in the late 90s and the early 2000s. September 10th, 2001, where to find love, how to keep love, how to stay in love, where love exists, in this giant post that you wrote that is like all one giant sentence with commas about all the things that you're interested in, and love is the word that shows up the most.
Yeah. I mean, when I think about it, looking back on my childhood, that was one thing that I think I struggled with, like, growing up. My parents always said they loved me, but my dad also really struggled with alcoholism. And so, whether it was the love of family or actually growing up, I was a rabid atheist, and I really struggled with the idea of theodicy. So how could a just God who loves us create a world that is like this impoverished, or this that could be so unjust or so wrong?
Yeah, I read your piece on that.
Yeah, and so when you bring up the end of that quote, like the thing.
Tasty.
I sort of had a deep question.
Tasting extremely good. I think I'll have some more of that chocolate.
God says that He loves us, but how could there be so much scarcity in the world?
Sexually attractive and
I think at that
therefore
time,
to bring
I was sort of in a lot of ways desperate, even suicidal. Like I was really trying to understand what my life was supposed to be. And in the end, I think I tried to find solace in the great writers, in Kerouac, in Kundera, in whatever, even in Rand, right? Like in anything I could find, I was trying to understand what is this thing called life.
Silent.
How do you think your writing played into that? Your blog and your work with the newspaper, how did that factor into you making sense of your purpose, your identity?
Silent.
I guess what I have now that I did not have back then is what I like a felt sense of agency, and I think writing gave me that. That even if I was experiencing something, if I could put it to words, it would be like indelible and available for others, and somehow I guess one of the more salient things for Asian Americans often is like this idea of existing of life. And I distinctly remember
What do you mean by existing?
just of being an individual, of mattering, like sort of I think being a Chinese American is now what I realize very the most difficult thing is actually Chinese culture has so much more collectivism, and so when you look at profile photos of people like in Asia, it's quite common for it to not be your face. It's like you and a big crowd.
Any crowd. Silent, quiet, without any sound. Okay, fall silent, without any sound. The president had fallen silent, had fallen strangely on the issue of gun control. On the issue of gun control. The president had fallen of gun control. The president had fallen strangely silent on the issue. Okay. For the issue, even the subject or problem that people are thinking and talking about. The issue, subject. Or subject or problem that people are thinking and talking about. A subject we're talking about. A subject or problem that people are thinking and talking about. Environment. As employer, we needed to be seen, to be addressed, dealing with. There's the issue. Sympathetic. Don't worry about who will do it. That's just our side issue. Nothing. Side. Don't worry about who will do it. That just sad issue. A subject or problem that people are thinking and talking about. A subject or problem that people are thinking and talking about. Product. A set of newspaper or magazine. A set of newspaper or magazines published at the same time, or a single copy of a newspaper. Or magazine. An issue of series of time. Okay. Far to expect. Expected to happen. Arrive. Expected to happen. Arrived at a particular time. What time is the next bus to? What time is the next bus due? The next meeting is due to be held in 3 months' time. Next meeting is due to be held in 3 months. In 3 months time. Their first baby is due in January. Quiet. Silence. A period without any sound. Completely quiet. Silence. Oh. Silent, quiet. A period without any sound. Silence fell on the group of men. Sitting quiet. Sandy. Silence fell on the group of men, and they received the news. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of older students. She fell under the influence. Silence fell on the group of men, and they received the news. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of older students. To be beat. Influence. The power to have an effect on people, or things, or a person, or thing that is able to do this, or a person, or thing that is able to do this. The power. She fell under the influence to older students. She fell under. She fell under the influence of older students began to influence by began to be influenced 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 by older students she fell under this influence. She fell under the influence on older students. She fell under the influence of an older student to be bad or defeated or defeat. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of an older student to be beaten or defeated. Beaten gold or another metal has been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object, with a hidden object. 其实我可以做一个 lesson， 这其实也应该也是 influence.
And these are some of the things I think I really struggled with as a child. Like, you know, I was obviously growing up in an individualized Western world, and you know, my writing in a way like was me trying to develop myself as an individual. But I feel like it took something like 20 or 30 years to fully develop.
You know, one of the things that I'm hearing that we very much share in common is, for me, a lot of times I'll feel like a sense of being destabilized or something. I'll be like, I almost feel agitated in some way. And it'll be that, but I'll also feel a pull towards an idea, a pull towards an answer. And what I need to do is I'll get interested in something. And it's not like, oh, cool, I'm curious. It is like a deep existential, I need to answer this question. And by writing, by putting vague intuitions into words, it almost gives me a sense of groundedness, a sense of rootedness. And then now that I'm stabilized, I feel like my identity grows and expands and becomes,
Yes.
I actually have some sturdiness that I didn't have before.
Yeah. Well, the identity is sort of is written
Yeah.
in a way.
Yeah.
Like, how do you know who
How do
you
you
are
know?
until you sort of like put it on a page or in a word processor or a text editor, and like it's there. And if you don't believe it, like literally just select it and delete it.
Yeah. Early on as well, I feel like you had a very intuitive sense that the internet was going to radically reshape both economics, especially the economics of information, and that personal blogs were going to be this liberating thing. Now, I actually think a lot of the momentum of personal blogs has stalled, which is why I do the work that I do. I'm like, no, we should have more personal blogs. They're important and they're valuable. But I do feel like you were writing at a time when Bill Gates was on the rise. We were talking about the information superhighway, and you were very much peering into the future to see, hey, everyone's going to be able to share their ideas.
Yeah, I was really obsessed with the internet, and I still remain very obsessed with the internet. It seemed inevitable, and I think that we're still actually even in the early innings of it. Like anytime you walk into most workplaces, like if you leave Silicon Valley or you leave like even, you know, the top 4 or 5 like sort of, you know, intelligentsia cities in America, and you walk into any office, you'll realize like people are picking up the phone. They're still like making decisions over steak dinners. Like that's not necessarily a bad thing, but it's that you know, software and media have not really changed those things yet, and the revolution is still coming.
Yeah, have you ever seen the clip with David Bowie talked in that BBC interview?
Yeah, I love it. Yeah,
he's like, the BBC interviewer is like, yeah, so I don't understand why you keep saying this internet thing is a big deal. And David Bowie goes, it's not just a big deal. This is like a shift in consciousness. This is like an alien life form.
Oh, yes.
And the BBC interviewer is like, what are you talking about?
What drugs are you on? What's funny is like, I wonder if the drugs actually helped.
Probably.
I mean, they probably helped him become a lot more attuned to what was going on.
I mean, he did have that lyric, is there life on Mars, right? David Bowie was all over the place, very psychedelic in terms of how he's thinking about things.
Yeah. I think the consciousness is changing in like sort of deep fundamental ways. It's like a long time coming. That was true the second. I mean, I think it was clear, and even when I was 12, it was clear that like media technology on its own clearly shaped all of the 20th century. If you look at, you know, obviously there was industrialization, but there was also mass literacy. And so with newspapers, you could create a national identity that would like galvanize people in a way. You know, to steal from Girard, it's like, you know, the mimesis and the scapegoating mechanisms of at the deep societal level were deeply amplified by media technology. And so I'm really taken aback by the whole idea that Peter Thiel invested in Facebook very early because of his you know, study of Girardian writing.
Yeah.
Simply because, yeah, Facebook, media, social media, the internet, they are like extreme carriers of mimesis.
A few minutes ago, when I asked you about your YouTube channel, you said, yes, I definitely write the scripts. And you said that as if, yes, that's super important to me. Why is that?
I mean, otherwise, why do it? Right? Like, it has to be some sort of expression of you to, like, sort of, I mean, express yourself. I mean, otherwise, why do you need it all, actually? I guess that's like, I'm actually kind of struggling with this right now, where my wife started a book publishing firm. She wants me to write my book. And then now she says, oh, Gary, you should get a ghostwriter. And I'm like, I don't know if I want to have one, because I don't want, you know, if it's truly my book or my memoir, I want it to be truly my own words. Otherwise, you know, it's someone else's experience or someone else's beliefs that are sort of merged with my own. And then to what we were saying earlier, like, I do think about creation as very much about establishing who you are and existence itself, actually. Like, otherwise we're just sort of undifferentiated, right? A writer is a writer is a writer. Like, I don't want to be a part of that.
Yeah, I really resonate with what you're saying here, where I feel this need to like externalize my identity. And it has happened a lot with writing, definitely this podcast, of how much I got into the design and all the sets for every episode. And then in Austin, I built a production studio, and every book on the shelf, every record on the wall, the wallpaper, the carpets, everything is intentional, and everything is like resonates with like some vibration that I feel within that I just need to get outside, and then just outside of me, and then I can just walk through the space and I can be like, wow, this is actually who I am. And there's some sense of fulfillment that I get from that if I don't have the creation, I feel empty and bare in some weird way.
Yeah, I'm totally with you. I guess as an investor, the other weird thing that I really like is that I want people to know that when for whatever reason, the internet seems okay with me shilling people who I think are awesome. And I think it's a great blessing. Like, not many people get that. But I try to do the shilling in a way that is authentic to what I believe. Like, every person that I run across who I think is remarkable or interesting, like, I want my megaphone to just, like, help them and, feed their world. Like, it's sort of like a Reddit upvote. Like, how do we just upvote that thing? And then the greatest blessing in the world that now the world is sort of granted me is to be able to say, this is worthy, this is interesting, this is valuable. You should take a look at this.
When you do marketing, how much cringe is the right amount of cringe?
Oh, we were saying earlier, it sounds like some amount is necessary. If
That's
it's
my
zero,
theory. That's
if
my
it's
theory.
zero, it's not enough.
My
actually.
theory, I think, is that zero cringe is probably suboptimal.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, basically, if there's zero cringe, you're probably not doing that, actually.
Huh, same one.
I mean, zero cringe, it's very hard to be zero cringe, right? Like, being zero cringe is either totally tasteless or so, current thing of the moment that's like so pitch perfect. And either is, being yourself is always a little bit weird, it's all, it doesn't seem numerically possible to have zero cringe and be authentic.
Being yourself is always a little bit weird. That seems interesting. Let's pull on that thread.
I guess that's what I like about just meeting all sorts of people. And, my job now is essentially just meeting people all the time and then trying to upvote things that are awesome.
Right.
So, my favorite moment is meeting someone who, like, lived a totally different life than me, but, like, taught me something. And so, weird is also in the eye of the beholder. So, I guess I have a sort of deep preference for novelty. If I was just, maybe this is why earlier in my career, like, when I graduated from college studying computer engineering, like, I applied to the Gap thinking, like, oh, maybe I could be a fashion designer. And I applied to an advertising agency thinking, like, I would really enjoy, like, coming up with memes and jingles. And, what I didn't understand was that, like, society isn't built that way. There's sort of, like, a very specific tournament model. You have to look like a certain thing. And I just found I was just, like, deeply interested in all the different things that go into, making the world work.
Upvote. That's a funny word because you worked with someone who founded Reddit, and Hacker News is run by YC. So you've been very closely orbiting around probably two of the biggest forums in the world. What have you learned about forums and how they have shaped the internet?
I think it goes back to what we were saying earlier. Basically, the internet's turning into a global brain, literally, and the voting matters a lot, actually. One thing that was kind of interesting, working for Paul Graham back in the day, I actually briefly was a moderator for Hacker News.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know.
That sounds like the hardest and worst job ever.
Yeah, and the wild thing was, and I don't think this has ever been public, but I actually think Paul introduced a bug into Hacker News for not that long, like some small, like maybe a month or two, where downvotes were not being counted, but the consciousness of Hacker News changed dramatically, actually. So it became a lot nastier, and it became a little bit more of a scary place, and it was because of a bug where downvotes were not being counted. And I think it's just very interesting, like. We're sort of at this moment. I'm very obsessed even today about new types of organizations because, I think what's happening is that, each of us, in a way, is like a neuron inside like this larger global brain, and then the mechanism by which those things, the neurons communicate, like that's social media, right? I actually remember. One of the early investors in Facebook came to speak at YC, Yuri Milner, and he said, did you know that 10% of the world's energy usage is actually data centers now? And that's about the same energy usage as a brain inside a human body. I never looked it up. It might be apocryphal, but it sounded really smart at the moment.
Yeah, that sounds smart, therefore it's true.
But I think that there's something to this.
How does your background as a designer shape your writing?
think design is very helpful in that it is sort of a match pair to writing. Ultimately, both writing and online experiences sort of float back up to social experiences, and I love using analogies around design, where whether it's going to a website or trying a new app, or getting an email that's like the onboarding, like all of those experiences are a lot like going to a party. And a great party, someone greets you, shakes your hand, looks you in the eye, like makes you feel welcome. Hey, these are your friends. Let me take your coat. Like the drinks are over here. They hand you, a glass of champagne. Like, you're having a great time. And so, I think online spaces are very similar. And then, writing is a very key, important, probably the most important part of great interaction design. Actually, I remember when I was spending a lot of time working with companies, like almost all of it was a lot. People think of design, they think of what color is the button, or sort of these personal aspects, and then I think of it as like almost entirely social. And then software is basically the codification of a conversation that would normally, like for every, if you have 10,000 users, you're having that conversation 10,000 times, and you can actually evaluate these things on a purely social level. Like, is it the right amount of information? Are you being rude? Like, basically great design is just a good party.
Well, it's funny to read your writing back in high school because it was so purpley. It was over the top. But you're going to say it's terrible. I don't think it was terrible. It was just very different, and it was over the top. But I actually really admired the way that you were going for it. Actually, that's something that I've really admired about all your writing that I've read for literally 25 years. I actually feel like you're always going for it, always pushing the limits of what it is they're trying to do. But you do say, as advice for others, but I think it's really advice for yourself, is that great writing is matter of fact.
Oh, yeah.
And I think that when you say that great writing is matter of fact, that's a weightier sentence from you, considering that you used to do exactly the opposite.
Oh, I have no idea. But I was, and drunk with words is what my English teacher would always say.
Yeah.
I just loved words. I actually, left to my own devices, I probably would have studied rhetoric at UC Berkeley instead of computer engineering at Stanford.
Is that right?
Yeah. But no complaints over here. It all worked out. But.
And how does your background as a web developer shape your writing?
I think in the end it comes back to the design aspect. I actually got to work at this design firm called Adjacency. It was the design firm that figured out how to make web pages look like magazines and not like under construction sign. It was like sort of 1996. It was actually like technically a difficult thing. Like you had to figure out, before the background tag, you had to create an image tag that would be a full page blue, and then you had to figure out how to compress JPEGs so that they could be really large and legible, but like still load on a 28.8 modem. So I always spent time around people who try to push the boundaries of the medium itself, and I think McLuhan's a great example of the medium's the message.
My boy.
Yeah, and I can totally see that, right? Like the web is hyper democratized. Like there's not really, I like it that way. I mean, there's just not a lot of there isn't a lot of sort of ceremony to a website. It sort of loads and it's there. The opposite, I think, though, is for a wedding you have to get very fancy stationery.
Right.
Like a web page is actually somewhat adversarial. Even one of the things that we talk about often when working with founders is that when you design your homepage or like your communications, you have to know that unlike being in the real world or unlike in a book, for instance, you basically are at competition with every other web page and every other thing that's interesting on the internet. Right? Every website that you could design has to sort of compare with going to X on your phone or literally the front page of Reddit. And the front page of Reddit is really, really hard to compete against. And so on the one hand, it's no circumstances, it's just very raw. and then literally you have 5 or 10 seconds or less to prove your value. And so it is at once like very raw, but also a perfect competition for human attention.
What advice do you have for writing a good YC application, or just broadly any grant application or something like that?
I guess personally, I always like very plain spoken, and then if I can learn something immediately, that's the part that I like the most.
Why is that important?
At least for YC, we get a lot of applications, and then when we see something that's novel, it's a little bit obvious. I think that there are tons of, for whatever reason, like I'll give you one example that's very, very common. Like people love to create apps that help people travel with their friends. And when you read there are crazy stretches when you're reading sort of what people want to devote their lives to, and you might read like 10 or 15 different things in a row that have been tried thousands of times, like same thing over and over again. And so the tricky thing is, like, I don't have any advice for that. Like, it's almost like the trick of good writing is being good. I don't know.
Well, what I'm hearing from you is have some distinct and differentiated ideas, and I think this goes back to the weirdness thing that we were talking about. I think that a lot of what blocks people from writing well is an inability to lean into their own weirdness.
Yes.
It's like, where does your magnetic north point towards? Does it point towards more distinctiveness, more individuality, more weirdness? And I'm gonna go do that, but it's gonna be okay with people making fun of me, Auntie Sue not getting it at the Thanksgiving table. Or is it pointing towards conformity and banality so that I can fit in when I'm hanging out at the bar with my friends?
That's true. Conformity is actually totally what society teaches you to do.
Of course.
And most people have to write in sort of a school context, and I think that's incredibly toxic in a lot of ways, actually.
In what way?
You are more or less expected to write a book report about things. It's people. My experience generally is that school doesn't teach you to be unique. It tries to teach you to be, a B plus. Yeah. And then I find myself
middle developer.
Exactly. Yeah. If you can be right there, you don't have to be an A plus. It's fine. And then I guess simultaneous to that, now we live in this internet age where every person on this planet could probably reach every other person on the planet, or at least the top half of that world, and hopefully we can transform that aspect. But that means that there can only, I like what Naval says. I think he says there's literally only one person who could be you, and that's you. Right? Yeah. In a world where the internet exists, and being incredibly weird and unique and yourself, and having the courage to do that is really, really important.
How does good documentation work as someone who has no experience coding? How does good documentation read, and is it different from reading an essay?
I guess documentation is really about understanding, so it's pretty much the same as a good essay as well. I guess the best way to test if the documentation is good might actually be similar to testing an essay with others, which is just send the essay to people and ask them questions about, do you understand what I was trying to say, and did I get anything wrong? With documentation, which is really important for developer tools and cloud stuff. It's kind of crazy how important it is. You can almost sit next to someone as they try to use something technical, and either they get it or they don't. And the funniest thing is, you have to prevent yourself from saying anything. You just have to let them struggle, and then have them ask the question. And then the cool thing about that exercise is it's self-correcting. So the second you see someone struggle or fail to learn how to use something or understand your essay, anything that you say to their response basically is literally the thing that needs to find itself back into the writing originally. Great writing, almost certainly done right, hits that level perfectly. You shouldn't be explaining absolutely everything. You should just explain exactly what 80-90% of people need to hear to actually understand what you're saying.
How many influencers have you invested in at YC, and is that a path you want to go down more, or is writing and running startups directly opposed to each other?
Oh, I think they work really well together, honestly. I think great writers have this capacity to actually just communicate very clearly and then convince things of people. And I think there's this interesting meme on the internet right now around like sort of 75 IQ and 150 IQ, and in between is the midwit. And the through line is if you can say something very simply, like, you know, it might be something that's incredibly high IQ, like 150 IQ, sure. But the magic is that if you can explain it at the 75 IQ level, like you understand it so completely and so thoroughly, like, you know, you can hire, you can convince customers, you can, you know, get investors to invest, all of whom could be 75 IQ, and it doesn't matter.
Sure.
And so great communication is sort of that 75 IQ thing, like reaching the 75 IQ from the 150 IQ personified.
Yeah. What have you learned about effective writing from reading the Bible?
I guess the number one thing from Girard is actually just this idea of mimesis period, that writing is the most potent form of representing your experience and, you know, how the world works. And then ideally it is beneficial, right? And it can spread. And then everything that we want to do in our world and in our lives, like, has this sort of intersection with society and other people. Like, no man's an island. Like, I couldn't start a company on my own. Like, you know, if you look at it, like, modern man can do very little on their own. And so the through line for writing is that you need to be able to communicate very effectively.
I'm always amazed at how simple the writing in the Bible is. And I'm obsessed with this line that Jesus' presence isn't in his presence. And what that means is that he is in so many rooms around the world today. He has had so much influence over the years. And he's shaping the world every single day. And it comes from Scripture, but he's not present in those rooms. And I think that that reveals something about great writing. You see the same thing in Founders Fund, where Founders Fund orbits around Peter Thiel. Peter's been talking about problems with stagnation and the same theses for years. And he very clearly shapes the decisions that happen there. And it's affirmed that he has his fingerprints all over. But at the same time, he's not always in the room. And if you talk to people who are there, they say, yeah, Peter's not at every single meeting. And that idea that through writing, through narrative, through really good one-liners, through stories, that you can be present in a room, in a space, without actually being present there, I find to be very compelling.
Yeah. I mean, in that respect, like, one of the things I'm certainly learning as a leader is, like, you know, sometimes you just become an idea, actually. You're sort of personifying, like, you're almost like a human magnet and in and of a sort, because and Peter actually has done this incredibly well. I'm still trying to figure out how it works exactly. You know, some of the best people I remember hiring at Palantir, literally, you know, some college senior at Columbia studying CS, super smart, emails Peter. Peter forwards the email to me. We hire him. He turns into our best PM, working on all this stuff, and then, you know, ends up becoming a great CEO in their own right. He's the CEO of Adipar, actually. And I think that there's something incredibly impressive about, you know, in this age of the internet, you know, you don't have to actually market anything other than what you stand for and what you believe. And people who are like-minded, they will really just seek you out.
You've written that the two elements of effective writing are vulnerability and novelty. Vulnerability and novelty. Why did you choose those?
Well, vulnerability is just necessary. I mean, I think it's almost it's a hack, but I think from my background and from how I approach writing,
how do you define it,
child? I mean,
just being open about who you are and being real and authentic, or is it something else?
Not just that. Like, there are certain things that sort of scare you. You know, things that people might not be okay with. because we want acceptance, right? But at the same time, like, I mean, it's crazy vulnerable, right? Like things that could open you for attack or close people off. I think you have to be careful with it, right? Like, on the other hand, for me in my life, I just found that sharing what was going on for me, like however unpleasant, actually seemed to make it okay for people to do so. That's certainly what I'm experiencing now. But I will say, like, I was crazy vulnerable earlier when I had nothing, and it did not have the same effect. So I actually think that there's a really strange inversion that takes place.
Say more about that.
I remember being like a freshman in college at Stanford, and you know, I was definitely like absolutely obsessed with words, and sometimes I would like, you know, I think I like sent some you know, overshare type emails to I think my provost at Stanford, and he literally just like didn't know what to do about it. Like, yeah, it was just awkward because I didn't realize it at the time, but you know, I guess by and large Stanford kids are pretty well adjusted and have, you know, really great parents, and that's like sort of why maybe they got into Stanford in the first place. Like they had everything together. I feel like I had so little together at some point. I had to learn to control the vulnerability a little bit. Like what was the right amount for the right person.
How do you think about doing it now?
I guess these days, you know, now that I'm in sort of like this power arm sort of situation, like I'm pretty much
like
an open book.
Achilles, like
Yeah.
Achilles of Silicon Valley.
Weirdly,
Yeah.
yeah. I wonder what exactly my heel is. Well, hopefully, I don't find out.
I did not mean that as part of the metaphor.
It might be this. It might be vulnerability, right? But so far, I was saying earlier, you know, I have this weird tendency of doing therapy with my therapist and then going on a podcast.
Yeah.
And last time I did it was with Justin Kahn. And so that was the first time I publicly talked about, you know, my father, you know, and sort of the type of trauma and abuse I experienced. Like, you know, adverse childhood experiences are a thing that I think people really need to come to terms with, and very few people talk about it. And I guess now I realize being vulnerable allows people to see not just my humanity, but also see the humanity of themselves, and that like this is something that they need to integrate and, you know, do something about.
A lot of the writing that has moved me the most was some feeling that either I didn't feel alone, or somebody was putting words to an experience that I'd only felt but never actually verbalized. And I think that for me, why do I write? It's because I need to verbalize my experiences, to have a sense of groundedness or get my bearings in reality.
Yeah, and honestly, like the best places in the world are, you know, the tiny dinner party where people get really real about what's going on, or, you know, there are these things at Stanford called like tea groups, for instance. Like founders come together and share like basically the things that are most scary to share in the world, but like in small groups of people for whom like they can trust each other. And
Why?
I think that that's what we want as human beings. Like we want connection. We want to feel that we're not alone. You know, we want a community of people who have each other's back.
Yeah.
And when that happens, it's, you know, really quite natural. And honestly, like we can find that on the internet now. How crazy is that?
Yeah.
Welche,
When we talked about vulnerability, talked about novelty.
welche
I guess-
best phrase?
I think people are really obsessed with novelty, and when people first start writing, they're not really writing for their audience. They're actually writing for either themselves or people they look up to. And then the bar for it ends up being like, I have to come up with something that impresses me and the people I most respect.
Right.
And then that may be true for some people, but I actually think it's exactly the opposite of what people should try to do, at least initially. Like the things that seem to be most helpful for a lot of founders, actually, they're sort of the things that I find myself giving advice about, like sort of every single day.
Yeah.
And those aren't novel things; those are sort of the commonplace things. And so I would say the most important type of novelty is the stuff that does come up all the time, but is almost too obvious.
Yep.
You know, and the opposite of that is trying to write like, you know, the way the Velvet Underground push forward rock music or something.
Right.
It's like, it's exhausting. Like, you can't do it that way, you know? All creative acts really are like sort of establishing, you know, you as an individual.
Yeah.
Sort of sounds like artistry at that point.
How do you think about the establishment of you as an individual and the creating of style and identity and things that have that repetition? For example, if I see one of your YouTube thumbnails, I'm like, that's one of Gary's videos.
Yeah.
I know exactly what that is. How do you think about that and the consistency that's required to establish a brand, but also just the expression and the natural ebbs and flows and change of a human being?
I guess the hard part is going back to authenticity and vulnerability. It feels like if you want to change it, you should just change it, honestly. I often think about how bands have like their one-hit wonders. And then when they have their second album, or there's like a whole aspect of second album syndrome.
Same with second books.
Yeah, exactly, right? Usually it's what, you spend 10, 20 years, maybe your whole life, building up this one body of work, and then boom, you're a success. And within, 12 or 18 months, you gotta hit them with like the next thing. And how could you do that would like match that first like magnum opus? It's just almost too difficult.
You have this advice about filmmaking. You say you create until your fingers bleed, and then you create some more. It's intense.
I guess more and more it sounds like artistry. I don't know. I mean, I think like starting companies is a little bit that. I think YouTube videos done right, like sort of leave people changed. I think what you're doing here is absolutely that. Yeah, we're on this earth on just like this sort of like snap of a finger, and then the difficulty is how do you make something that's actually worth like other people paying attention.
What have you created that you're the most proud of?
Other than family, other than all that stuff, I mean, I guess the reality is I actually started a venture capital firm and gave it up. So I didn't create YC. I created this seed investment firm called Initialized.
Yeah.
So
How about in terms of writing YouTube videos?
the obvious one is there's my top viewed video is how to get rich.
Great.
And I almost
It
feel
seems to
silly.
be a fairly effective title.
Yeah, but I feel good about it in that I'm
Good
taking
about
this like very base thing that's sort of almost too flippant, and then I drop in an excerpt of Alan Watts talking about the nature of money, and it's like everyone's expecting this one thing that's very, and then boom, like let me hit people with a philosophical idea that I think will help people who are literally searching for the most basic of things, and how do we elevate that into an outward direction?
Well, if we were sitting down on that couch, you're like, David, I have to show you something that you've made. What would it be?
That I've made. Shoot. When I look at other people I respect, I think Paul Graham probably has a few essays that he's extra proud of. I might be a very different type of creator. Like I actually just try to create regularly, and I sort of don't know what's going to come back. And I'm hoping like the thing I'm most proud of I haven't created yet, actually. But I mean, that's the tricky thing. Like, I came up through blogs, I came up through YouTube videos. Like, these things are not books. Like, they are almost meant to be, watched and then sort of like let go, right? And that's why I sort of feel impelled to like continue to create. Because I don't know, I think that my story's not done yet. I'm still trying to figure out this thing, and I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I think a lot of what you're creating then is a relationship with people at scale, a sense of. I think people feel a real sense of intimacy in the YouTube videos that you have, even the way that you have the camera set up. It's very close. It's not big and grand. early on in your blog, it's very raw. It is, hey, this is what's on my mind. This is what I'm thinking about. These are the things I like. Here are the things I don't like. Here are the things I'm struggling with. Here are the things I'm excited about. This is what's going on. I'm just going to pour out my soul onto the page. And that seems to be your style. It is very much what's topical, what's top of mind. It doesn't seem like you're going to work. It doesn't seem like you've worked on creative projects for years at a time. They're just sort of the river, just sharing what's top of mind and getting it out there in the flow.
Yeah, that seems to be just what I can fit in my busy schedule. So,
Yeah.
Maybe this is just a function of my writing has never been my number one thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's always been grinding as a founder, grinding as an engineer, and then even blogging. It was just something that I did for fun on the side. Like it wasn't. I have still yet not made it my primary thing. But I am proud of even just walking around, whether it's like in startup land or just even walking around in the city. Sometimes I'll run into someone and they'll walk up to me and just start talking to me. And I might not know them, but I like to sort of carry on, my side. It's a parasocial relationship, but that doesn't, prevent me from just playing along on my side, because I realize this person, often they've spent like 10, 20, 30 hours with me.
Yeah.
And so I actually feel sort of obligated to, sort of hear about them. Like they spent 20 hours with me. I need to know like something about them. Like let me get to know them. So that I find very, very fun and interesting.
What kind of writing do you do at YC? Writing to all the founders, writing to all the people who work at YC?
Oh, the internal stuff? Yeah. Well, what's weird now is realizing there are over 10,000 people who are part of the community.
Jeez. So that's founders?
Yeah, 10,000 founders and alumni, and then if you extend it to employees, it's hundreds of thousands to millions. So, one of the things we realize is that's so big that like we should sort of think of even those communications as like media. Actually, of course, like how do we think about helping those sets of people and then getting those people connected? And then the scale is crazy. This past weekend we had 2,700 people together, and it felt like a massive reunion because literally everyone who you could meet, we all had the same set of values, and it felt like home.
Well, what's cool about YC is how many good writers have come through it. I mean, obviously, it's founded by Paul Graham, but Sam Altman's a hell of a writer.
Absolutely.
This blog's great.
Yeah.
And I think that's one of YC's big contributions to the world is clear thinking, good writing, teaching at scale can get you somewhere. And insofar as that's a cultural shift, that's one we're celebrating.
Yeah. Well, we need to keep going. I mean, the outcome is that we just want more abundance. We just want more people to actually succeed. I think the thing that got me was realizing when you read Paul Graham's essays, it was like, even the turn of phrase, solving the money problem was like you would just see immediate recognition in that. It's like, oh, I think about that all the time. And working really, really hard on a startup that solves problems, that then solves the money problem for you. If you just recognize that, that would just attract all the same people who are trying to do that.
What should writers learn from successful founders?
I guess the best founders have a very clear outcome in their mind. Like when you meet Brian Chesky, it's like, how do I connect people? There's like a why that is way beyond like sort of the classic, tropes or the classic things that you might run across. Like when you meet most people, it's like, oh, I want to be more famous. I want to have more money. I want to spend more time vacationing someplace fancy. Like those are all like very surface level. The thing that I really am impressed by for certain founders is that they like pick this thing that it's sort of like what we talked about earlier with movie making.
Yeah.
Great filmmakers are like, let me just do this until my fingers are raw, and they're going to keep doing it, right? And I think that's hard. Honestly, it's really hard. We're sort of born into this world and don't know who we are, and then, through this conversation, I'm sort of thinking back on my own life, who I became, and the origins were trying to figure out who I was. Like, all of these things were happening to me. I had like certain skills. I had certain things that I like didn't understand. I was dealing with like something that, honestly, even now, like I haven't really written about what really happened to me as a child. Like I can refer to it, but like it's still way back there. And I think it's how you figure out who you are. And maybe that's actually the scariest question.
Yeah.
To like actually confront who you are, where you came from, like what's deep down real for you.
Amen. I had a piece I published a few years ago, and I had published the piece 24 hours, 48 hours before this conversation, and someone said, what's going on? You seem a little off. And I said, yeah, well, I just published this essay, and I feel like I had carved out a part of my identity. I had put words to it, deep things that had happened in my life, beliefs that I hadn't made sense of, things that felt intimate and private and revealing. And then I published it, and I just shared it with the world. And of course that's destabilizing, but somehow I have a deep compulsion to do that.
That makes sense. That makes sense to me. That speaks to me.
It's terrifying sometimes. They say that there's the universal in the particular, and I'm always amazed that you would think, oh, I'm trying to attract a big audience, I'm gonna write things that everyone has gone through, I'm gonna focus on scale, share everybody's experiences, and actually it's the opposite that really resonates. It's writing about yourself. What is the pain, the emotion, the drama, the feelings that you've had, and somehow by really zooming into your own reality, finding something inside of you that's maybe the size of a penny or even smaller, there's something that gets magnified in the human experience, that we can all connect with that very individual experience. There's something paradoxical and profound about that.
I guess that's what media is to me. It's actually less the like outcome of some process and more about building relationships. Like understanding my place in the world, and sort of helping other people understand theirs.
Vannevar Bush and the Mimics. That's something that seemed to be very striking for you early on.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like it's here, and it's called a large language model.
Yeah, say more.
I guess the Mimics is just an interesting exercise in how do you actually have human-computer symbiosis? How do you actually have a computer that, computers do all the things that humans are terrible at. It's great at math, it's great at remembering things, but it's kind of terrible at reasoning. And, I think the Mimics have all these aspects of how do you extend human capability by doing, helping humans do those things that humans are bad at while relying on human intuition and reasoning. And
well, why would you put stops in next time? You're like, let's keep the stops out all the time,
That's right.
every time.
That's right.
Is it fair to say, though, maybe on the left side, the equation, thinking back to 1997, that was the moment where consumers tipped to really, really valuing 3D graphical performance in games?
Oh yeah. So for example, luck. Let's talk about luck. If Carmack had decided to use acceleration, because remember, Doom was completely software rendered, and the NVIDIA philosophy was that although general purpose computing is a fabulous thing and it's going to enable software and IT and everything, we felt that there were applications that wouldn't be possible or it would be costly if it wasn't accelerated. It should be accelerated, and 3D graphics was one of them, but it wasn't the only one. And it just happens to be the first one, and a really great one. And I still remember the first times we met John, he was quite emphatic about using CPUs, and the software renderer was really good. I mean, quite frankly, if you look at Doom, the performance of Doom was really hard to achieve, even with accelerators at the time. If you didn't filter, if you didn't have to do bilinear filtering, it did a pretty good job.
The problem with Doom, though, was you needed Carmack to program it.
Yeah, you needed Carmack to program it. Exactly. It was a genius piece of code, and but nonetheless, software renderers did a really good job. And if he hadn't decided to go to OpenGL, and accelerate for Quake. Frankly, what would be the killer app that put us here?
Right.
And so Carmack and Sweeney, both between Unreal and Quake, created the first two killer applications for consumer 3D. Yeah, and so I owe them a great deal.
I want to come back real quick to, you said you told these stories and you're like, well, I don't know what founders can take from that. I actually do think, if you look at all the big tech companies today, perhaps with the exception of Google, they did all start, and understanding this now about you, by addressing developers, planning to build a platform and tools for developers. All of them. Apple,
Not
Microsoft.
Amazon.
I guess
That's how
with
AWS
AWS,
started.
that's how AWS started. So I think that actually is a lesson to your point of that won't guarantee success by any means,
Right.
but that'll get you hanging around a tree if the apple falls.
Yeah, as many good ideas as we have, you don't have all the world's good ideas. And the benefit of having developers is you get to see a lot of good ideas.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, as we start to drift toward the end here, we've spent a lot of time on the past, and I want to think about the future a little bit. I'm sure you spend a lot of time on this being on the cutting edge of AI. We're moving into an era where the productivity that software can accomplish when a person is using software can massively amplify the impact and the value that they're creating, which has to be amazing for humanity in the long run. In the short term, it's going to be inevitably bumpy as we sort of figure out what that means. What do you think some of the solutions are as AI gets more and more powerful and better at accelerating productivity for all the displaced jobs that are going to come from it?
Well, first of all, we have to keep AI safe. And there's a couple of different areas of AI safety that's really important. Obviously, in robotics and self-driving car, there's a whole field of AI safety, and we've dedicated ourselves to functional safety and active safety and all kinds of different areas of safety. When to apply human in the loop, when is it okay for human not to be in the loop? How do you get to a point where increasingly human doesn't have to be in the loop, but human largely in the loop?
Yeah.
In the case of information safety, obviously bias, false information, and appreciating the rights of artists and creators, that whole area deserves a lot of attention. And you've seen some of the work that we've done. Instead of scraping the internet, we partnered with Getty and Shutterstock to create commercially fair way of applying artificial intelligence, generative AI.
Yep.
In the area of large language models and the future of increasingly greater agency AI, clearly the answer is, for as long as it's sensible, and I think it's going to be sensible for a long time, is human in the loop. The ability for an AI to self-learn and improve and change out in the wild in a digital form should be avoided. And we should collect data, we should carry the data, we should train the model, we should test the model, validate the model before we release it on the wild again, so human is in the loop.
Yeah.
There are a lot of different industries that have already demonstrated how to build systems that are safe and good for humanity, and obviously the way autopilot works for a plane, and two-pilot system, and then air traffic control, and redundancy and diversity, and all of the basic philosophies of designing safe systems apply as well in self-driving cars and so on and so forth. And so I think there's a lot of models of creating safe AI, and I think we need to apply them. With respect to automation, my feeling is that, and we'll see, but it is more likely that AI is going to create more jobs. And in the near term, the question is, what's the definition of near term? And the reason for that is the first thing that happens with productivity is prosperity. And prosperity, when the companies get more successful, they hire more people because they want to expand into more areas. And so the question is, if you think about a company and say, okay, if we improve the productivity, then they need fewer people. Well, that's because the company has no more ideas, but that's not true for most companies. If you become more productive and the company becomes more profitable, usually they hire more people to expand into new areas. And so long as we believe that there are more areas to expand into, that there are more ideas in drugs, there's drug discovery, there are more ideas in transportation, there are more ideas in retail, there are more ideas in entertainment, that there's more ideas in technology. So long as we believe that there are more ideas, the prosperity of the industry, which comes from improved productivity, results in hiring more people, more ideas. Now, you go back in history, we can fairly say that today's industry is larger than the world's industries 1,000 years ago. And the reason for that is because obviously humans have a lot of ideas. And I think that there's plenty of ideas yet for prosperity and plenty of ideas that can be begat from productivity improvements. But that my sense is that it's likely to generate jobs. Now, obviously, the net generation of jobs doesn't guarantee that any one human doesn't get fired. Okay, I mean that's obviously true, and it's more likely that someone will lose a job to someone else, some other human that uses an AI, and not likely to an AI, but to some other human that uses an AI. And so I think the first thing that everybody should do is learn how to use AI so that they can augment their own productivity. And every company should augment their own productivity to be more productive so that they can have more prosperity, hire more people. And so I think jobs will change. My guess is that we'll actually have higher employment. We'll create more jobs. I think industries will be more productive. And many of the industries that are currently suffering from lack of labor, workforce is likely to use AI to get themselves off their feet and get back to growth and prosperity. So I see it a little bit differently, but I do think that jobs will be affected, and I'd encourage everybody just to learn AI.
This is appropriate. There's a version of something we talk about a lot on Acquired. We call it the Moritz corollary to Moore's Law, after Mike Moritz from Sequoia. And
Sequoia was the first investor in our company.
Yeah, of course, yeah. The great story behind it is that when Mike was taking over for Don Valentine with Doug, he was sitting and looking at Sequoia's returns, and he was looking at fund 3 or 4, I think it was 4 maybe, that had Cisco in it. And he's like, how are we ever going to top that? I can't, Don's going to have us beat, we're never going to beat that. And he thought about it and he realized that, well, as compute gets cheaper and it can access more areas of the economy because it gets cheaper and can get adopted more widely, well, then the markets that we can address should get bigger.
Yeah.
And AI, your argument is basically
exactly
AI will do the same thing.
Exactly. I just gave you exactly the same example. That in fact, productivity doesn't result in us doing less. Productivity usually results in us doing more. Everything we do will be easier, but we'll end up doing more.
Yeah.
Because we have infinite ambition. The world has infinite ambition, and so if a company is more profitable, they tend to hire more people to do more.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's true. Technology is a lever, and the place where the idea kind of falls down is that that we would be satisfied.
Yeah. Humans have never-ending ambition.
No, humans will always expand and consume more energy and attempt to pursue more ideas. That has always been true of every version of our species.
Yeah,
over time.
Now is a great time to share something new from our friends at Blinkist and Go1 that is very appropriate to this episode.
Yes, so personal story time. I, a few weeks ago, was scouring the web to find Jensen's favorite business books, which was proving to be difficult. I really wanted Blinkist to make blinks of each of those books so you could all access them. And I think I found 1 or 2 in random articles, but that just wasn't enough. So finally, before I gave up, as a last resort, I asked an AI chatbot, specifically Bard, to provide me a list and cite the sources of Jensen's favorite business books, and miraculously, it worked. Bard found books that Jensen had called out in public forums over the past several decades. So if you click the link in the show notes or go to Blinkist.com/Jensen, you can get the blinks of all 5 of those books, plus a few more that Jensen specifically told us about later in the episode.
Yes, and we also have an offer from Blinkist and Go1 that goes beyond personal learning. Blinkist has handpicked a collection of books related to the themes of this episode. So tech innovation, leadership, the dynamics of acquisitions. These books offer the mental models to adapt to a rapidly changing technology environment.
And just like all other episodes, Blinkist is giving Acquired listeners an exclusive 50% discount on all premium content. This gives you key insights from thousands of books at your fingertips, all condensed into easy-to-digest summaries. And if you're a founder, a team lead, or an L&D manager, Blinkist also includes curated reading lists and progress tracking features, all overseen by a dedicated customer success manager to help your team flourish as you grow.
Yes. So to claim the whole free collection, unlock the 50% discount, and explore Blinkist's enterprise solution, simply visit Blinkist.com/Jensen and use the promo code
Jensen. Blinkist and their parent company, Go1, are truly awesome resources for your company and your teams as they develop from small startup to enterprise. Our thanks to them, and seriously, this offer is pretty awesome. Go take them up on it. We have a few lightning round questions we want to ask you, and then we have and then we have a very fun.
I can't think that fast.
We'll,
Okay, all right.
we'll open
Fire
with an
away.
easy one based on all these conference rooms we see named
Yeah.
around here. Favorite sci-fi book?
I've never read a sci-fi book before.
No, oh, come on.
Yeah.
What's
You're
with like
missing
the
out.
obsession with Star Trek and
Well,
like?
just I watched the TV show. Yeah.
Okay, favorite sci-fi TV show.
series.
Well, Star Trek's my favorite.
Yeah.
Star Trek's my favorite.
I saw V'ger out there on the way in. It's a good conference room name.
V'ger's an excellent one. Yeah.
Yeah.
What car is your daily driver these days? And related question, do you
These
still have the
days-
Supra?
It's one of my favorite cars, and also favorite memories. You guys might not know this, but Lori and I got engaged Christmas one year, and we drove back in my brand new Supra, and we totaled it. We were this close to the end.
Thank God you didn't.
But nonetheless, it wasn't my fault. It wasn't the Supra's fault. But it's a mark. I love
The
that
one
car.
time when it wasn't the Supra's fault.
Yeah, I love that car. I'm driven these days for security reasons and others, but I'm driven in the Mercedes EQS. It's a great car.
Ah, nice.
Yeah, great car.
Nice.
Yeah.
Using NVIDIA technology?
Yeah, it has. Yeah, we're in we're the central computer. Yeah.
Sweet. I know we already talked a little bit about business books, but one or two favorites that you've taken something from.
Clay Christensen, I think, has the series is the best. I mean, there's just no two ways about it, and the reason for that is because it's so intuitive and so sensible. It's approachable. But I read a whole bunch of them, and I read just about all of them. I really enjoyed Andy Grove's books. They're all really good.
Awesome. Favorite characteristic of Don Valentine?
Grumpy but endearing. And what he said to me the last time as he decided to invest in our company, he says, "If you lose my money, I'll kill you."
Of course he did.
And then over the course of the decades, the years that followed, when something is nice written about us in Mercury News, it seems like he wrote it in a crayon. He'll say, "Good job, Don." Just right over the newspaper, and just "Good job, Don," and he mails it to me. And I hope I've kept them, but anyways, you could tell he's a real sweetheart, but he cares about the companies.
He's a special character.
Yeah, he's incredible.
What is something that you believe today that 40-year-old Jensen would have pushed back on and said, "No, I disagree"?
There's plenty of time. Yeah, there's plenty of time. If you prioritize yourself properly and you make sure that you don't let Outlook be the controller of your time, there's plenty of time.
Plenty of time in the day, plenty of time
do anything.
to achieve things.
Yeah,
like
to do
just
anything. Just don't do everything. Prioritize your life. Make sacrifices. Don't let Outlook control what you do every day. Notice I was late to our meeting. And the reason for that, by the time I looked up, oh my gosh, Ben and Dave are waiting. That's already.
We got time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
didn't stop this from being a great job.
No, but you have to prioritize your time really carefully. And don't let Outlook determine that.
I love that. What are you afraid of, if anything?
I'm afraid of the same things today that I was in the very beginning of this company, which is letting the employees down. You have a lot of people who joined your company because they believe in your hopes and dreams, and they've adopted it as their hopes and dreams, and you want to be right for them. You want to be successful for them. You want them to be able to build a great life as well as help you build a great company and be able to build a great career. You want them to have to enjoy all of that. And these days, I want them to be able to enjoy the things I've had the benefit of enjoying, and all the great success I've enjoyed. I want them to be able to enjoy all of that. And so I think the greatest fear is that you let them down.
At what point did you realize that you weren't going to have another job? That this was it?
I don't change jobs. if it wasn't because of Chris and Curtis convincing me to do NVIDIA, I would still be at LSI Logic today. I'm certain of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I'm certain of it. I would keep doing what I'm doing, and at the time that I was there, I was completely dedicated and focused on helping LSI Logic be the best company it could be. And I was LSI Logic's best ambassador. I've got great friends that to this day that I've known from LSI Logic. It's a company I loved then, I love dearly today. I know exactly why I went, the revolutionary impact it had on chip design and system design and computer design. In my estimation, one of the most important companies that ever came to Silicon Valley and changed everything about how computers were made. It put me in the epicenter of some of the most important events in computer industry. It led me to meeting Chris and Curtis and Andy Bechtolsheim and John Rubinstein. And
For silent, the president has found strangely silent on the issue of gun control. You want to file You rent files to on the first cheese. You rent for different. Bet. Fight.我不是一种常规的生物，那常规的生物，常规的有没有？有没有？无法产生免费的。圈套，这种bet，influence the power to have an effect on people or things, or a person or thing that is able to do this. The power to have an effect on people or things, or a person or a person. The president has on the issue of gun control. English. You rent from, rent. And found the first bent, definite, influence, bent. Beaten girl or another, right? Beaten girl or another metal have been made flat by having also 常规出牌，没有出常规方式。常规出牌，用常规方式出牌没有可能跟手机，所以说不上百倍的东西，说不上很多的。Petticoat and ladder. Petticoat. To be beaten or defeated. To be beaten or defeated. Better. Better. Beaten. The president has fallen strangely silent on the issue of gun control. Silence fell on the group of men. to be beaten or defeated. Beaten gold or another metal has been beaten gold or other metal have been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. Beaten gold or another metal has been made flat by having been hit. Having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. She was wearing a necklace of beaten gold. Beaten gold or another metal had been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. If you want to know, I can tell you about early. If you want to know, I can tell you about my journey. Beaten gold or another metal has been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. A beaten gold or another metal has been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. She was wearing a necklace of beat gold. Beaten. Beaten gold or another metal has been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. Beaten gold or another metal has been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. She was wearing a necklace. Beaten gold. A beaten path. Or track is one of the people called beaten. Similar one. Beaten gold. Beaten. To be beaten or deafened. To win against someone in a flight war condition. To win against someone in a fight or war condition. Defeat. To be beaten or defeated. To be beaten or defeated. To be beaten or defeated. To win against someone in a fight. To win against someone in a flight war competition. No problem was defeated by the Duke winning at her battle. To win against someone in a fight war competition. Beaten gold or another metal has been made. Beaten gold or another metal has been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. She was wearing a necklace of beaten gold. She was wearing a necklace of beaten gold. Beaten gold or another metal has been made flat riddle with a hard object. The hard object.我操！前卫了，这怎么去？我今天想同理心手机，If a place fell in a war or an election, an enemy army or a different political commitment. The president fell from power during the military coup. Defeat. The response. Military. Relating to or relating to. For relating to or belonging to the armed force. Eating. Military. Relating to or belonging to the armed.现在心情还行，虽然我很想说，很想，就像成为放弃身份就是要放弃我们身份认同，要放弃foreign military intervention, relating to or belonging to the armed forces, relating to or belonging to the armed forces, relating to or belonging to armed forces. Military cap. The president fell from power during the military. Relating or military. The president fell from power during The president. That's the president fell from power during the military coup. the president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. What mean of this? Coup. 60s. Unexpectedly successful achievement. Unexpectedly successful achievement. 学习是不能学习。I feel interested. Unexpectedly successful achievement. Unexpectedly successful achievement. It was achieved. Coup. Unexpected successful achievement. Okay, the president fell from power during the military coup. Successful, unexpected, unexpectedly successful achievement. It was tremendous. It was a tremendous for a local paper to get an exclusive interview with the president. I got him to come to a party which was something of a coup. Military coup. The government family. The government final fell. The government final fell after losing the support. The government final fell after losing the support military of the certain enemy. Enemy. The person. A person who hit. A person A person who hates or opposes another person and tries to harm them or stop them from doing something. Enemy. A person who hates or opposes another person and tries to harm them or stop them for doing something. A person who hates or opposes another person opposes refuse to disagree with something, okay, to disagree with something, or often by speaking, fighting against to disagree with something. A person who hates or opposes another person and tries to harm them or stop them from doing something. They received the film. Fail then. And a person who hates or opposes another person and trying to harm them to stop. Okay. If a place following a war, enemy a person who hates or opposes another person. 这个长。休息阅读。A person who hates or opposes another person and try to harm them or stop them from doing something. or person who hits or opposes another person and tries to harm them or stop them from doing something. Make an enemy army different political relating to political relating to a political leaders现在是各种下看是 political 各种political leader. There are two major political parties in the U.S. The Democratic relating to politicals relating to politicals if a place fall in a war or an election, then最好的对太后这个太后是an enemy and different political relating to politicals relating relating to political leader. Different political party gets counter of it. Political relating to politicals. If a place fall in a war or an election, an enemy army or a different political party gets counter of it. Rome. The capital city of Italy, set in the western part of the country. Thanks. Rome fell to their violence. A person who intentionally damages property belonging to another person. Okay. Fell to the point in aid. Vandal, a person who intentionally damages from. A person who intentionally damages property belonging to other people. Vandals smashed windows and overturned. Cars overturned cars in the downtown shopping district. A person who intentionally damages property belonging to another people. Vandals. A person who intentionally damages property belonging to other people. A person who intentionally damages property belonging. A person who intentionally damages the property belonging to other people. A person who intentionally damages the property belonging to other people. Vandals smashed the windows and overturned the cars in the downtown shopping district. A person who intended damage property belonging to Rome fell to the Vandals in AD 400. The constitutions. 对，我在我进去里看，然后根据地不容易不吹。因为是去所以不会被。Constitution 有什么写过什么？蛮好的，就是你们就是Constitution 说什么？要注意一下。
Constituency.
Okay, one of the official areas of a country that elects someone to represent it in a parliament or legislature. One of the official area of a country that elects someone to represent it in a parliament or legislature. One of the official area of a country that elects someone to represent it in a parliament or legislature.
Constituency. 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 Constituency.
Yeah. Set. Okay. constituents. 有点打工。
constituency,
Chase. Constituency.
constituency,
Chase. Shape. Constituency. Constituents.
constituency,
Constituents. Attach. Constituents. One of the fish. Official. Like similar public. Of a country that elect someone to represent it in a parliament or legislature, constituents, the people who live and can vote in a particular area. The people who live and can vote in a particular area. He angered his constituents. The people who live can vote in your particular. The people can constituents. The people who live and can vote in a particular. One of the official areas of a country that elects someone to represent it in a parliament or legislature. Next area. Vote. Elects someone to represent it in a particular. In a particular area, the people who live and can vote in a particular area. A group of people who support or are likely to support a particular product suggestion. There is an article constituents. Okay. One of the fish. One of the fish area of a country that enacts yes. Elects someone to represent it in a parliament or legislature. Constituents fail to labor. Constituents. And constituents. Labor, constituents, constituents. Fail, fight, soldier, labor. Labor. Spinning of labor. Spinning of constituents fail to labor at the last. 我们先看这个一个目标，怎么？at the last 怎么一个动过去来，就差不多。看就是at the last election. Election often 10 years of conservation. At the next election, after 10 years of conservative. 我就重新，我其实我一直在用它，找一个从上班的流程的现象。UK speaking Labour. The Labour Party work. UK Labour. US Labour. No verb. You can speak. Labor. Work. Cons. Labor.哦，我明白了。Product. Work. Work. Practical work. Practical work, especially when it involves hard physical effort. Especially when it involves hard physical effort. Workers, especially people who do practical work with their hands, especially people who do practical work with their hands. Worker. Birth. Worker. 工作的生产。好吧。Labor. Practical work, especially when it involves practical work, especially when it involves hard physical effort. Workers, especially people who do practical work with their hands. Especially people who do practical work with their hands. So it consists labor. Consists fail to labor at the next election. After voting, people voted. Okay. After 10 years of conservative. Not usually lacking or trusting change. Not usually lacking or trusting change, especially sudden change. Not usually lacking or trusting change, not usually trust change. It's very sudden change on conversation. Conservative. After 10 years of conservative rule, conservatives are against change. If you are conservative, if you are conservative in your appearance, if you are conservative in your appearance, you usually do not like fashionable or modern clothes or hairstyle. The conservative traits conceived against the change. Conservative. Now you like or just special something.那就越来越可以起啊，那越来越这样子。Special something. Outlook. Conservative rule. If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. What's okay? 进去了。If soldiers其实我是在想，得从今晚上5个小时到多久？21个小时真是不用沟通，好像可以小时半就是这样想，我基本上不会带2个小时之后。If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. 这一场戏里。If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. Many brave men fell in the fight to save the city. Fell in battle. So就是同样的话语，就是我会。If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. Many brave. Okay. Many brave men fall in the fight. Soldiers, conservative, not change, not likely change, not usually like to war trusting, not usually liking, not usually liking or trusting change, especially sudden change. If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. Many brave men fell in the fight to save the city. A fight between armed force. Battle. What is the battle of this her only brother was killed in a wild fight. Battle. What was you need fun. Battle, fight, or fight between armed forces. Armed forces. A fight between armed forces. A fight between armed forces. The battle of this thing. The battle of her only brother was killed in battle. The only brother to the chosen. The only brother was killed in battle. Fell in battle during the war. He saw many of his Cap is comrade.
Comrade.
A friend, especially one who you have been involved in difficult or dangerous.
You know, some of the most important people in the world, and Frank that I was with the other day, and just, I mean, the list goes on. And so LSI Logic was really important to me, and I would still be there. I would, you know, who knows what LSI Logic would have become if I were still there, right? And so that's kind of how my mind works.
Powering the AI of the world.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I might be doing the same thing I'm doing today.
I got the sense from remembering back to part 1 of our series on NVIDIA.
But until I'm fired, this is my last job. This is it. Yeah.
I got the sense that LSI Logic might have also changed your perspective and philosophy about computing too. The sense we got from the research was that when right out of school, and when you first went to AMD first, right?
Yeah.
You believed that, like, kind of a version of the Jerry Sanders Real Men Have Fabs? Like, you need to do the whole stack. Like, you got to do everything. And that LSI Logic changed you.
What LSI Logic did was realize that you can express transistors and logical gates and chip functionality in high-level languages. That by raising the level of abstraction and what is now called high-level design, it was coined by Harvey Jones, who's on NVIDIA's board, and I met him way back in the early days of Synopsys. But during that time, there was this belief that you can express chip design in high-level languages. And by doing so, you could take advantage of optimizing compilers and optimization logic and tools, and be a lot more productive. That logic was so sensible to me, and I was 21 years old at the time, and I wanted to pursue that vision. Frankly, that idea happened in machine learning. It happened in software programming, and I want to see it happen in digital biology, so that we can think about biology in a much higher level language. Probably a large language model would be the way to make it representable. That transition was so revolutionary. I thought that was the best thing that ever happened to the industry, and I was really happy to be part of it. And I was at ground zero, and so I saw one industry change, revolutionize another industry, and if not for LSI Logic doing the work that it did, Synopsys shortly after, then why would the computer industry be where it is today? Yeah. It's really, really terrific. I was at the right place at the right time to see all that.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
And it sounded like the CEO of LSI Logic put a good word in for you with Don Valentine, too.
I didn't know how to write a business plan. And
which it turns out is not actually important.
No. It turns out that making a financial forecast that nobody knows is going to be right or wrong turns out not to be that important. But the important things that a business plan probably could have teased out. I think that the art of writing a business plan ought to be much, much shorter, and it forces you to condense, what is the true problem you're trying to solve? What is the unmet need that you believe will emerge? Mm-hmm. And what is it that you're going to do that is sufficiently hard that when everybody else finds out it's a good idea, they're not going to swarm it and make you obsolete. And so it has to be sufficiently hard to do. There are a whole bunch of other skills that are involved in just product and positioning and pricing and go to market and all that kind of stuff. But those are skills, and you can learn those things easily. The stuff that is really, really hard is the essence of what I described. And I did that, okay, but I had no idea how to write the business plan. And I was fortunate that Wolf Corrigan was so pleased with me and the work that I did when I was at Ellis Logic. He called up Don Valentine and told Don, invest in this kid, and he's going to come your way. So I was, I was set up for success from that moment, and got us on the ground. Yeah.
As long as he didn't lose the money.
No, I think Sequoia did okay.
That's good.
Yeah, I think we probably are one of the best investments they've ever made.
Have they held through today?
The VC partner is still on the board, Mark Stevens.
Yeah,
Yeah. All these years, the two founding VCs are still on the board.
Sutter Hill and Sequoia?
Yeah, Ted Cox and Mark Stevens. I don't think that ever happens.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We are singular in that circumstance, I believe. They've added value this whole time, been inspiring this whole time, gave great wisdom and great support. But they also were
They haven't
so
killed you yet.
No, not yet. But they've been entertained, by the company, inspired by the company, and enriched by the company, and so they stayed with it. And I'm really grateful.
Well, in that vein, our final question for you. It's 2023, 30 years anniversary of the founding of NVIDIA. If you were magically 30 years old again today, in 2023, and you were going to Denny's with your two best friends who are the two smartest people you know, and you're talking about starting a company, what are you talking about starting?
I wouldn't do it. I know. And the reason for that is really quite simple. Ignoring the company that we would start. First of all, I'm not exactly sure. The reason why I wouldn't do it, and it goes back to why it's so hard, is building a company and building a video turned out to have been 1,000,000 times harder than I expected it to be. Any of us expected it to be. And at that time, if we realized the pain and suffering and just how vulnerable you're going to feel, and the challenges that you're going to endure, the embarrassment and the shame, and the list of all the things that go wrong, I don't think anybody would start a company. Nobody in their right mind would do it. And I think that's kind of the superpower of an entrepreneur. They don't know how hard it is, and they only ask themselves, how hard can it be? And to this day, I trick my brain into thinking, how hard can it be? Because you have to.
Still, when you wake up in the morning.
Yep, how hard can it be? Everything that we're doing, how hard can it be? Omniverse, how hard can it be?
I don't get the sense, though, that you're planning to retire anytime soon, though.
No,
like you're
no,
still
I'm still young. I'm still young.
You could choose to say, like, whoa, this is too hard.
The trick is still working.
The trick is still working.
No, I'm still enjoying myself immensely, and I'm adding a little bit of value. But that's really the trick of an entrepreneur. You have to get yourself to believe that it's not that hard, because it's way harder than you think. And so, if I go taking all of my knowledge now and I go back, and I said I'm going to endure that whole journey again, I think it's too much. It is just too much.
Do you have any suggestions on any kind of support system or a way to get through the emotional trauma that comes with building something like this?
Family and friends and all the colleagues we have here. I'm surrounded by people who've been here for 30 years. Right? Chris has been here for 30 years, and Jeff Fisher's been here 30 years. Dwight's been here 30 years, and Jonah and Brian have been here, 25 some years, and probably longer than that. And Joe Greco's been here 30 years. I'm surrounded by these people that never one time gave up, and they never one time gave up on me, and that's the entire ball of wax, and to be able to go home and have your family be fully committed to everything that you're trying to do, and thick or thin, they're proud of you and proud of the company, and you kind of need that. You need the unwavering support of people around you. Jim Gaithers and the Tench Coxes and Mark Stevens and Harvey Jones and all the early people of our company, the Bill Millers. They not one time gave up on the company and us, and you need that. You need that. And I'm pretty sure that almost every successful company and entrepreneurs that have gone through some difficult challenges, they had that support system around them.
I can only imagine how meaningful that, I mean, I know how meaningful that is in any company, but for you, given, I feel like the NVIDIA journey is particularly
Not normal.
amplified on these
Not normal.
dimensions, right? And like,
Yeah, not normal.
you know, you went through two, if not three,
Near-death
80% plus drawdowns in the public markets.
Yeah.
And to have investors who've stuck with you
Yeah.
from day one through that must
Yeah.
be just like so much support.
Yeah, it is incredible, and you hate that any of that stuff happened, and most of it, you know, most of it is out of your control. But you know, 80% fall, it's an extraordinary thing, no matter how you look at it. And I forget exactly, but I mean, we traded down at about a couple of $2-3 billion in market value for a while because of the decision we made in going into CUDA and all that work. And your belief system has to be really, really strong. You know, you have to really, really believe it and really, really want it. Otherwise, it's just too much to endure. I mean, because, you know, everybody's questioning you, and employees aren't questioning you, but employees have questions.
Right.
People outside are questioning you. And it's a little embarrassing. Yeah, it's like, you know, when your stock price gets hit, it's embarrassing no matter how you think about it. And it's hard to explain, you know. And so there's no good answers to any of that stuff. You know, CEOs are human, and companies are built of humans, and these challenges are hard to endure. And
Ben had an appropriate comment on our most recent episode on y'all where we were talking about, you know, the current situation in NVIDIA. I think you said for any other company, this would be a precarious spot to be in. But for NVIDIA,
This is kind of old hat.
Yeah.
You know, you guys
This
are
is
familiar with these large swings in amplitude.
Yeah, the thing that to keep in mind is at all times, what is the market opportunity that you're engaging, and that informs your size. You know, I was told a long time ago that NVIDIA can never be larger than $1 billion. Obviously, it's an underestimation, under imagination of the size of the opportunity.
Yeah.
It is the case that no chip company can ever be so big, and so. But if you're not a chip company, then why is that applied to you?
Yeah.
And this is the extraordinary thing about technology right now, is that technology is a tool, and it's only so large. What's unique about our current circumstance today is that we're in the manufacturing of intelligence. We're in the manufacturing of work world. That's AI. And the world of tasks, doing work, productive, generative AI work, generative intelligent work, that market size is enormous. It's measured in trillions. One way to think about that is if you build a chip for a car, how many cars are there and how many chips would they consume? That's one way to think about that. However, if you build a system that whenever needed assisted in the driving of the car, and, you know, what's the value of a autonomous chauffeur every now and then? And so now the market, obviously the problem becomes much larger, the opportunity becomes larger. You know, what would it be like if we were to magically conjure up a chauffeur for everybody who has a car? And, you know, how big is that market? And obviously that's a much larger market. And so the technology industry is at the, you know, where we've discovered, what NVIDIA has discovered, and what someone has discovered, is that by separating ourselves from being a chip company, but building on top of a chip, and you're now an AI company, the market opportunity has grown by probably 1,000 times. You know, don't be surprised if technology companies become much larger in the future because what you produce is something very different, and that's the kind of the way to think about, you know, how large can your opportunity, how large can you be? It has everything to do with the size of the opportunity.
Yeah. Well, Jensen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Woo, David, that was awesome.
So fun.
I will say, David, I would love to have NVIDIA's full production team every episode. It was nice not having to worry about turning the cameras on and off and making sure that nothing bad happened myself while we were recording this.
Yeah, just the gear. I mean, the drives that came out of the camera.
All right, red cameras for the home studio starting next
Are you
episode.
kidding me?
Yeah, great.
All right, let's do it.
Who got the truth? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Who got the truth now? Is it you? Is it you? Is it you? Sit me down, say it straight. Another story on the way. Who got the truth?
Welcome to this episode of Acquired, the podcast about great technology companies and the stories and playbooks behind them. I'm Ben Gilbert.
I'm David Rosenthal.
And we are your hosts. Listeners, just so we don't bury the lead, this episode was insanely cool for David and I.
Yeah.
After researching NVIDIA for something like 500 hours over the last 2 years, we flew down to NVIDIA headquarters to sit down with Jensen himself. And Jensen, of course, is the founder and CEO of NVIDIA, the company powering this whole AI explosion. At the time of recording, NVIDIA is worth $1.1 trillion and is the sixth most valuable company in the entire world. And right now is a crucible moment for the company. Expectations are set high. I mean, sky high. They have about the most impressive strategic position and lead against their competitors of any company that we've ever studied. But here's the question that everyone is wondering. Will NVIDIA's insane prosperity continue for years to come? Is AI going to be the next trillion-dollar technology wave? How sure are we of that? And if so, can NVIDIA actually maintain their ridiculous dominance as this market comes to take shape? So Jensen takes us down memory lane with stories of how they went from graphics to the data center to AI, how they survived multiple near-death experiences. He also has plenty of advice for founders, and he shared an emotional side to the founder journey toward the end of the episode.
Yeah, I got new perspective on the company and on him as a founder and a leader just from doing this, despite, we thought we knew everything before we came in advance, and it turned out we didn't.
Turns out the protagonist actually knows more.
Yes.
All right, well, listeners, join the Slack. There is incredible discussion of everything about this company, AI, the whole ecosystem, and a bunch of other episodes that we've done recently going on in there right now. So that is acquired.fm/Slack. We would love to see you. And without further ado, this show is not investment advice. David and I may have investments in the companies we discuss, and this show is for informational and entertainment purposes only. On to Jensen. So Jensen, this is Acquired, so we want to start with story time. So we want to wind the clock all the way back to, I believe it was 1997. You're getting ready to ship the Riva 128, which is one of the largest graphics chips ever created in the history of computing. It is the first fully 3D accelerated graphics pipeline for a computer.
Yeah.
And you guys have about
running out of
6
money.
months of cash left. And so you decided to do the entire testing in simulation rather than ever receiving a physical prototype. You commission the production run sight unseen with the rest of the company's money.
Yeah.
So you're betting it all right here on the Riva 128.
Yeah.
It comes back, and of the 32 DirectX blend modes, it supports 8 of them. And you have to convince the market to buy it, and you got to convince developers not to use anything but those 8 blend modes. Walk us through what that
The other
felt
24
like.
weren't that important.
Okay, so wait, first question. Was that the plan all along? Like, when did you realize that
I realized I didn't learn about it until it was too late. We should have implemented all 32. Yeah. But we built what we built, and so we had to make the best of it. That was really an extraordinary time. Remember, Riva 128 was NV3. NV1 and NV2 were based on forward texture mapping, no triangles but curves, and it tessellated the curves. And because we were rendering higher level objects, we essentially avoided using Z buffers. And we thought that that was going to be a good rendering approach. And turns out to have been completely the wrong answer. And so what Riva 128 was a reset of our company. Now remember, at the time that we started the company in 1993, we were the only consumer 3D graphics company ever created. And we were focused on transforming the PC into an accelerated PC because at the time, Windows was really a software rendered system. And so anyways, Riva 128 was a reset of our company because by the time that we realized we had gone down the wrong road, Microsoft had already rolled out DirectX. It was fundamentally incompatible with NVIDIA's architecture. 30 competitors have already shown up, even though we were the first company at the time that we were founded. So the world was a completely different place. the question about what to do as a company strategy, at that point, I would have said that we made a whole bunch of wrong decisions, but on that day that mattered, we made a sequence of extraordinarily good decisions. And that time, 1997, was probably NVIDIA's best moment. And the reason for that was our backs were up against the wall. We were running out of time. We were running out of money. And for a lot of employees, running out of hope. And the question is, what do we do? Well, the first thing that we did was we decided that, look, DirectX is now here. We're not going to fight it. Let's go figure out a way to build the best thing in the world for it. And Reba 128 is the world's first fully accelerated, hardware accelerated pipeline for rendering 3D. And so the transform, the projection, every single element, all the way down to the frame buffer, was completely hardware accelerated. We implemented a texture cache. We took the bus limit, the frame buffer limit, to as big as physics could afford at the time. We made the biggest chip that anybody had ever imagined building. We used the fastest memories. Basically, if we built that chip, there should be nothing that could be faster. And we also chose a cost point that is substantially higher than the highest price that we think that any of our competitors would be willing to go. If we built it right, we accelerated everything, we implemented everything in DirectX that we knew of, and we built it as large as we possibly could, then obviously nobody can build something faster than that.
Today, in a way, you kind of do that here at NVIDIA too. You were a consumer products company back then, right? It was end consumers who were going to have to pay the money to buy it.
That's right. But we observed that there was a segment of the market where people were, because at the time the PC industry was still coming up and it wasn't good enough. Everybody was clamoring for the next fastest thing. And so if your performance was 10 times higher this year than what was available, there's a whole large market of enthusiasts who we believe would have gone after it. And we were absolutely right, that the PC industry had a substantially large enthusiast market that would buy the best of everything. To this day, it kind of remains true. And for certain segments of the market where the technology is never good enough, like 3D graphics, and we chose the right technology, 3D graphics is never good enough. And we call it, back then, 3D gives us sustainable technology opportunity because it's never good enough. And so your technology can keep getting better. We chose that. We also made the decision to use this technology called emulation. There was a company called ICOS. And on the day that I called them, they were just shutting the company down because they had no customers. And I said, hey, look, I'll buy what you have in inventory, and no promises are necessary. And the reason why we needed that emulator is because if you figure out how much money that we have, if we taped out a chip and we got it back from the fab and we started working on our software, by the time that we found all the bugs, because we did the software, then we taped out a chip again, well, we would have been out of business already.
Yeah.
And so I
And
knew
your competitors would have caught up.
Well, not to mention we would have been out of business.
Yeah, right. Who cares?
Exactly. And so if you're going to be out of business anyways, that plan obviously wasn't the plan. The plan that companies normally go through, which is, build the chip, write the software, fix the bugs, tape out the new chip, so on and so forth, that method wasn't going to work. And so the question is, if we only had 6 months and you get to tape out just one time, then obviously you're going to tape out a perfect chip. So I remember having a conversation with our leaders, and they said, but Jensen, how do you know it's going to be perfect? And I said, I know it's going to be perfect, because if it's not, we'll be out of business. And so let's make it perfect. We get one shot. We essentially virtually prototyped the chip by buying this emulator. And Dwight and the software team wrote our software, the entire stack, and ran it on this emulator, and just sat in the lab waiting for Windows to paint. And
it was like 60 seconds for a frame or something like
easily.
that.
I actually think that it was an hour per frame, something like that. And so we would just sit there and watch it paint. And so on the day that we decided to tape out, I assumed that the chip was perfect. And everything that we could have tested, we tested in advance. And told everybody, this is it, we're going to tape out the chip, it's going to be perfect. Well, if you're going to tape out a chip and you know it's perfect, then what else would you do?
Mm-hmm.
That's actually the good question. If you knew that you hit enter, you taped out a chip, and you knew it was going to be perfect, then what else would you do? Well, the answer, obviously, go to production.
不会吧？
And
这样做
marketing
吗？
blitz.
Yeah.
And
Just
developer
pick everything
relations,
up.
and-
Pick everything up. Because you got a perfect chip. And so we got in our head that we have a perfect chip.
how much of this was you and how much of this was like your co-founders, the rest of the company, the board? Was everybody telling you were crazy?
No, everybody was clear we had no shot. Not doing it would be crazy, because
Otherwise, you might as well go home.
You're going to be out of business anyways. So anything aside from that is crazy. So it seemed like a fairly logical thing, and quite frankly, right now, as I'm describing it, you're probably thinking, yeah, it's pretty sensible.
Well, it worked.
Yeah. And so we take that out and went directly to production.
So is the lesson for founders out there, when you have conviction on something like the Revo 128 or CUDA, go bet the company on it. And this keeps working for you. So it seems like your lesson learned from this is, yes, keep pushing all the chips in, because so far it's worked every time.
No.
How do you think about that?
No. When you push your chips in, I know it's going to work. Notice, we assumed that we taped out a perfect chip. The reason why we taped out a perfect chip is because we emulated the whole chip before we taped it out. We developed the entire software stack. We ran QA on all the drivers and all the software. We ran all the games we had. We ran every VGA application we had. And so when you push your chips in, what you're really doing is when you bet the farm, you're saying, I'm going to take everything in the future, all the risky things, and I'm going to pull it in advance. And that is probably the lesson. And to this day, everything that we can prefetch, everything in the future that we can simulate today, we prefetch it.
We talk about this a lot. We were just talking about this on our Costco episode. You want to push your chips in when you know it's going to work.
So every time we see you make a bet the company move, you've already simulated it. You know.
Yeah.
Do you feel like that was the case with CUDA?
Yeah. In fact, before there was CUDA, there was CG.
Right.
And so we were already playing with the concept of how do we create an abstraction layer above our chip that is expressible in a higher level language and a higher level expression, and how can we use our GPU for things like CT reconstruction, image processing. We were already down that path, and so there were some positive feedback and some intuitive positive feedback that we think that general purpose computing could be possible. And if you just looked at the pipeline of a programmable shader, it is a processor and is highly parallel, and it is massively threaded, and it is the only processor in the world that does that. And so there were a lot of characteristics about programmable shading that would suggest that CUDA has a great opportunity to succeed.
And that is true if there was a large market of machine learning practitioners who would eventually show up and want to do all this great scientific computing and accelerated computing. But at the time when you were starting to invest what is now something like 10,000 person years in building that platform, did you ever feel like, oh man, we might have invested ahead of the demand for machine learning, since we're like a decade before the whole world is realizing it?
I guess yes and no. You know, when we saw deep learning, when we saw AlexNet and realized its incredible effectiveness in computer vision, we had the good sense, if you will, to go back to first principles and ask, you know, what is it about this thing that made it so successful? When a new software technology, a new algorithm comes along and somehow leapfrogs 30 years of computer vision work, you have to take a step back and ask yourself, but why? And fundamentally, is it scalable? And if it's scalable, what other problems can it solve? And there were several observations that we made. You know, the first observation, of course, is that if you have a whole lot of example data, you could teach this function to make predictions. Well, what we've basically done is discovered a universal function approximator, because the dimensionality could be as high as you want it to be, and because each layer is trained one layer at a time, there's no reason why you can't make very, very deep neural networks. Okay, so now you just reason your way through, right? Okay, so now I go back to 12 years ago. You could just imagine the reasoning I'm going through in my head, that we've discovered a universal function approximator. In fact, we might have discovered, with a couple more technologies, a universal computer that
you can paying attention to the ImageNet competition every year leading up to this?
Yeah. And the reason for that is because we were already working on computer vision at the time, and we were trying to get CUDA to be a good computer vision system. Or most of the algorithms that were created for computer vision aren't a good fit for CUDA. And so when we're sitting there trying to figure it out, all of a sudden AlexNet shows up. And so that was incredibly intriguing. It's so effective that it makes you take a step back and ask yourself, why is that happening? So by the time that you reason your way through this, you go, well, what are the kind of problems in the world where a universal functional approximator
I'm
can
curious on
solve,
this.
right? Well, we know that most of our algorithms start from principled sciences. Okay, you want to understand the causality, and from the causality, you create a simulation algorithm that allows it to
中
scale.
药为什么会有
Well,
关？
for a lot of problems, we kind of don't care about the causality. We just care about the predictability of it. Like, do I really care for what reason you prefer this toothpaste over that? I don't really care the causality. I just want to know that this is the one you would have predicted. Do I really care that the fundamental cause of somebody who buys a hot dog buys ketchup and mustard? It doesn't really matter. It only matters that I can predict it. It applies to predicting movies, predicting music. It applies to predicting, quite frankly, weather. We understand thermodynamics. We understand radiation from the sun. We understand cloud effects. We understand oceanic effects. We understand all these different things. We just want to know whether we should wear a sweater or not. Isn't that right?
Yep.
And so causality for a lot of problems in the world doesn't matter. We just want to emulate the system and predict the outcome.
And it can be an incredibly lucrative market. If you can predict what the next best performing feed item
Yeah.
to serve into a social media feed, turns out that's a hugely
This is where I
valuable
was going to go with
market.
that. I love the examples you pulled.
Yeah.
Toothpaste, ketchup,
Exactly.
music, movies.
When you realize this, you realize,
Deep.
hang on a second, a universal function approximator, a machine learning system, something that learns from examples, could have tremendous opportunities because just the number of applications is quite enormous. And everything from, obviously, we just talking about commerce all the way to science. And so you realize that maybe this could affect a very large part of the world's industries. Almost every piece of software in the world would eventually be programmed this way. And if that's the case, then how you build a computer and how you build a chip, in fact, can be completely changed. And realizing that, the rest of it just comes with, do you have the courage to put your chips behind it?
So that's where we are today, and that's where NVIDIA is today.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm curious there's a couple years after AlexNet, and this is when Ben and I were getting into the technology industry and venture industry ourselves.
I started at Microsoft in 2012.
Yeah.
Yes.
So right after AlexNet, but before anyone was talking about machine learning, and even the mainstream engineering community.
There were those couple of years there where, to a lot of the rest of the world, these looked like science projects.
Yeah.
The technology companies here in Silicon Valley, particularly the social media companies, they were just realizing huge economic value out of this. The Googles, the Facebooks, the
Yeah.
Netflixes,
Yeah.
etc.
Yeah.
And obviously that led to lots of things, including OpenAI a couple of years later.
Yeah.
But during those couple of years, when you saw just that huge economic value unlock here in Silicon Valley, how are you feeling during those times?
The first thought was, of course, reasoning about how we should change our computing stack. The second thought is, where can we find earliest possibilities of use? If we were to go build this computer, what would people use it to do? And we were fortunate that working with the world's universities and researchers was innate in our company, because we were already working on CUDA, and CUDA's early adopters were researchers, because we democratized supercomputing. CUDA is not just used, as you know, for AI. CUDA is used for almost all fields of science. Everything from molecular dynamics to imaging, CT reconstruction, to seismic processing, to weather simulations,
这有
quantum
没有
chemistry. The list goes on, right? And so the number of applications of CUDA in research was very high. And so when the time came and we realized that deep learning could be really interesting, it was natural for us to go back to the researchers and find every single AI researcher on the planet and say, how can we help you advance your work? And that included Jan LeCun and Andrew Ng and Jeff Hinton, and that's how I met all these people. And I used to go to all the AI conferences, and that's where I met Ilya Sutskever there for the first time.
Yeah.
And so it was really about, at that point, what are the systems that we can build and the software stacks we can build to help you be more successful, to advance the research? Because at the time it looked like a toy. But we had confidence that even GAN, the first time I met Goodfellow, the GAN was like 32 by 32. And it was just a blurry image of a cat, But how far can it go? And so we believed in it. We believed that, one, you could scale deep learning because obviously it's trained layer by layer, and you could make the data sets larger and you could make the models larger, and we believe that if you made that larger, it would get better and better.
Yeah.
Kind of sensible. And I think the discussions and the engagements with the researchers was the exact positive feedback system that we needed. I would go back to research. That's where it all happened.
When OpenAI was founded in 2015,
Yeah.
I mean, that was such an important moment. That's obvious today now, but at the time, I think most people, even people in tech, were
Yeah.
like, what is this?
Yeah.
Were you involved in it at all? Like, you know, because you were
Yeah.
so connected to the researchers, to Ilya, taking that talent out of Google, Facebook, to be blunt, but
Yeah.
reseeding the research community
Yeah.
and opening it up was such an important moment. Were you involved in it at all?
I wasn't involved in the founding of it, but I knew a lot of the people there, and Elon, of course, I knew, and Peter Beal was there, and Ilya was there, and we have some great employees today that were there in the beginning, and I knew that they needed this amazing computer that we were building, and we're building the first version of the DGX, which, you know, today when you see a Hopper, it's 70 pounds, 35,000 parts, 10,000 amps, but DGX, the first version that we built, was used internally, and I delivered the first one to OpenAI, and that was a fun day. But most of our success was aligned around, in the beginning, just about helping the researchers get to the next level. I knew it wasn't very useful in its current state, but I also believed that in a few clicks, it could be really remarkable. And that belief system came from the interactions with all these amazing researchers, and it came from just seeing the incremental progress. At first, the papers were coming out every 3 months, and then papers today are coming out every day, right? So you could just monitor the archive papers, and I took an interest in learning about the progress of deep learning, and to the best of my ability, read these papers. And you could just see the progress happening, you know, in real time, exponentially real time.
It even seems like within the industry, from some researchers we spoke with, it seemed like no one predicted how useful language models would become when you just increase the size of the models. They thought, oh, there has to be some algorithmic change that needs to happen. But once you cross that 10 billion parameter mark, and certainly once you cross the 100 billion, they just magically got much more accurate, much more useful, much more lifelike. Were you shocked by that the first time you saw a truly large language model? And do you remember that feeling?
Well, my first feeling about the language model was how clever it was to just mask out words and make it predict the next word. It's self-supervised learning at its best. We have all this text. You know, I know what the answer is. I'll just make you guess it. And so my first impression of BERT was really how clever it was. And now the question is, how can you scale that? You know, the first observation on almost everything is interesting, and then try to understand intuitively why it works. And then the next step, of course, is from first principles, how would you extrapolate that?
Yeah.
And so obviously we knew that BERT was going to be a lot larger. Now, one of the things about these language models is it's encoding information, isn't that right? It's compressing information. And so within the world's languages and text, there's a fair amount of reasoning that's encoded in it. And we describe a lot of reasoning things. And so if you were to say that few-step reasoning is somehow learnable from just reading things, I wouldn't be surprised. You know, for a lot of us, we get our common sense and we get our reasoning ability by reading. And so why wouldn't a machine learning model also learn some of the reasoning capabilities from that? And from reasoning capabilities, you could have emergent capabilities, right? Emergent abilities are consistent with intuitively from reasoning. And so some of it could be predictable, but still, it's still amazing. The fact that it's sensible doesn't make it any less amazing.
Right.
I could visualize literally the entire computer and all the modules in a self-driving car. And the fact that it's still keeping lanes makes me insanely happy. And so
I even remember that from my first operating systems class in college, when I finally figured out all the way from programming language to the electrical engineering classes, bridged in the middle by that OS class. I'm like, oh, I think I understand how the von Neumann computer works soup to nuts. And it's still a miracle.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. When you put it all together, it's still a miracle. Yeah.
Now is a great time to talk about one of our favorite companies, StatSig, and we have some tech history for you.
Yes. So in our NVIDIA Part 3 episode, we talked about how the AI research teams at Google and Facebook drove incredible business outcomes with cutting-edge ML models. And these models powered features like the Facebook newsfeed, Google Ads, and the YouTube Next Video recommendation, in the process transforming Google and Facebook into the juggernauts that we know today. And while we talked all about the research, we didn't touch on how these models were actually deployed.
Yeah, the most common way to deploy new models was through experimentation, A/B testing. When the research team created a new model, product engineers would deploy the model to a subset of users and measure the impact of the model on core product metrics. Great experimentation tools transformed the machine learning development process. They de-risked releases since each model could be released to a small set of users. They sped up release cycles. Researchers could suddenly get quick feedback from real user data, and most importantly, they created a pragmatic, data-driven culture since researchers were rewarded for driving actual product improvements. And over time, these experimentation tools gave Facebook and Google a huge edge because they really became a requirement for leading ML teams.
Yep. So now you're probably thinking, well, that's great for Facebook and Google, but my team can't build out our own internal experimentation platform. Well, you don't have to, thanks to StatSig. So StatSig was literally founded by ex-Facebook engineers who did all this. They've built a best-in-class experimentation, feature flagging, and product analytics platform that's available to anyone. And surprise, surprise, a ton of AI companies are now using StatSig to improve and deploy their models, including OpenAI and Anthropic.
Yep, so whether you're building with AI or not, StatSig can help your team ship faster and make better data-driven product decisions. They have a very generous free tier and a special program for venture-backed companies, simple pricing for enterprises, and no seat-based fees. If you're in the acquired community, there's a special offer. You get 5 million free events a month and white glove onboarding support, so visit statsig.com/acquired and get started on your data-driven journey.
We have some questions we want to ask you. Some are cultural about NVIDIA, but others are generalizable to company building broadly. And the first one that we wanted to ask is, we've heard that you have 40 plus direct reports and that this org chart works a lot differently than a traditional company org chart. Do you think there's something special about NVIDIA that makes you able to have so many direct reports, not worry about coddling or focusing on career growth of your executives, and you're like, no, you're just here to do your freaking best work and the most important thing in the world, now go? A, is that correct? And B, is there something special about NVIDIA that enables that?
I don't think it's something special about NVIDIA. I think that we had the courage to build a system like this. NVIDIA is not built like a military, it's not built like the armed forces, where you have generals and colonels. We're not set up like that. We're not set up in a command and control and information distribution system from the top down. We're really built much more like a computing stack. And a computing stack, the lowest layer is our architecture, and then there's our chip, and then there's our software, and on top of it there are all these different modules, and each one of these layers of modules are people. And so the architecture of the company, to me, is a computer with a computing stack with people managing different parts of the system. And who reports to whom, your title is not related to anywhere you are in the stack. It just happens to be who's the best at running that module on that function, on that layer, it is in charge. And that person is the pilot in command. And so that's one characteristic. And,
have you always thought about the company this way, even from the earliest days?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. And the reason for that is because your organization should be the architecture of the machinery of building the product, right?
Yep. That's
what a company is.
Yep.
And yet, everybody's company look exactly the same, but they all build different things. How does that make any sense? Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
How you make fried chicken versus how you flip burgers versus how you make, Chinese fried rice is different. And so why would the machinery, why would the process be exactly the same? And so it's not sensible to me that if you look at the org charts of most companies, it all kind of looks like this. And then you have one group that's for business, and you have another for another business, you have another for another business, and they're all kind of supposedly autonomous. And so none of that stuff makes any sense to me. It just depends on what is it that we're trying to build, and what is the architecture of the company that best suits to go build it. So that's number one. In terms of information system and how do you enable collaboration, we kind of wired up like a neural network. And the way that we say is that there's a phrase in the company called mission is the boss. And so we figure out what is the mission, and we go wire up the best skills and the best teams and the best resources to achieve that mission. And it cuts across the entire organization in a way that doesn't make any sense, but it looks like a little bit like a neural network. You know,
and when you say mission, do you mean mission like NVIDIA's mission is?
Build Hopper.
Yeah, okay, so it's not like further accelerated computing.
No.
It's like we're shipping
Build
DGX Cloud.
Build Hopper, or somebody else's build a system for Hopper. Somebody is build CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is build cuDNN for CUDA for Hopper. Somebody's job is the mission, right? Is so you know your mission is to do something.
What are the trade-offs associated with that versus the traditional structure?
The downside is the pressure on the leaders is fairly high, and the reason for that is because in a command and control system, the person who you reports to has more power than you. And the reason why they have more power than you is because they're closer to the source of information than you are. In our company, the information is disseminated fairly quickly to a lot of different people. It's usually at a team level. So for example, just now I was in our robotics meeting, and we're talking about certain things and we're making some decisions. And there are new college grads in the room, there's 3 vice presidents in the room, there's 2 E-staffs in the room, and at the moment that we decided together, we reasoned through some stuff, we made a decision, everybody heard it at exactly the same time. So nobody has more power than anybody else. Does that make sense? The new college grad learned at exactly the same time as the E-staff. And so the executive staff and the leaders that work for me and myself, you earned the right to have your job based on your ability to reason through problems and helping other people succeed. And it's not because you have some privileged information that I knew the answer was 3.7 and only I knew. You know,
Right.
Everybody knew.
When we did our most recent episode of NVIDIA Part 3 that we just released, we sort of did this thought exercise, especially over the last couple of years. Your product shipping cycle has been very impressive, especially given the level of technology that you are working with and the difficulty of this all. We sort of said, like, could you imagine Apple shipping 2 iPhones a year?
And we said that for illustrative purposes.
For illustrative purposes, not to pick on Apple.
A large tech company shipping 2 flagship products, or their flagship product twice per year.
Yeah, or 2 WWDCs a year.
Yeah.
There seems to be something
You can't really imagine that, whereas that happens here. Are there other companies, either current or historically, that you look up to, admire, maybe took some of this inspiration from?
In the last 30 years, I've read my fair share of business books, and as in everything you read, you're supposed to first of all enjoy it, right? Enjoy it, be inspired by it, but not to adopt it. That's not the whole point of these books. The whole point of these books is to share their experiences, and you're supposed to ask, what does it mean to me in my world, and what does it mean to me in the context of what I'm going through? What does this mean to me in the environment that I'm in? And what does this mean to me in what I'm trying to achieve? And what does this mean to NVIDIA in the age of our company and the capability of our company? And so you're supposed to ask yourself, what does it mean to you? And then from that point, being informed by all these different things that we're learning, we're supposed to come up with our own strategies. What I just described is kind of how I go about everything. You're supposed to be inspired and learn from everybody else. And the education's free, When somebody talks about a new product, you're supposed to go listen to it. You're not supposed to ignore it. You're supposed to go learn from it. And it could be a competitor, it could be an adjacent industry, it could be nothing to do with us. The more we learn from what's happening out in the world, the better. But then you're supposed to come back and ask yourself, what does this mean to us?
Yeah, you don't just want to imitate them.
That's right.
Yeah. I love this tee-up of learning but not imitating, and learning from a wide array of sources. There's this sort of unbelievable third element, I think, to what NVIDIA has become today, and that's the data center. It's certainly not obvious. I can't reason from Alex and your engagement with the research.
好，拜拜。 932D 34CD 我接上去的。
community
Uh-huh.
and social media feed
How it got
recommenders
here,
to
yeah.
you deciding and the company deciding
Yeah, all in
we're
on-
going to go on a
yeah.
5-year all-in journey
Yeah.
on the data center.
Yeah.
How did that happen?
Yeah. Our journey to the data center happened, I would say, almost 17 years ago. I'm always being asked, what are the challenges that the company could see someday? And I've always felt that the fact that NVIDIA's technology is plugged into a computer, and that computer has to sit next to you because it has to be connected to a monitor, that will limit our opportunity someday. Because there are only so many desktop PCs that plug a GPU into. And there's only so many CRTs and the time LCDs that we could possibly drive. So the question is, wouldn't it be amazing if our computer doesn't have to be connected to the viewing device? That the separation of it made it possible for us to compute somewhere else. And one of our engineers came and showed it to me one day, and it was really capturing the frame buffer, encoding it into video, and streaming it to a receiver device, separating computing from the viewing.
In many ways,
Wait, so
that's
is this
cloud
like
gaming.
cloud gaming?
Like 18 years ago.
Okay.
In fact, that was when we started GFN. We knew that GFN was going to
就
be
只有一个账户。
a journey that would take a long time because you're fighting all kinds of problems, including the speed of light. And
Latency everywhere you look.
that's right.
For listeners, GFN, GeForce Now.
GeForce Now.
Yeah.
GeForce Now, and we've been working on
It all
GeForce
makes
Now.
sense. Your first cloud product.
That's right. And look at GeForce Now was NVIDIA's first data center product. And our second data center product was remote graphics, putting our GPUs in the world's enterprise data centers, which then led us to our third product, which combined CUDA plus our GPU, which became a supercomputer, which then worked towards more and more and more. And the reason why it's so important is because the disconnection between where NVIDIA's computing is done versus where it's enjoyed, if you can separate that, your market opportunity explodes.
Yeah.
And it was completely true. And so we're no longer limited by the physical constraints of the desktop PC sitting by your desk. And we're not limited by one GPU per person. And so it doesn't matter where it is anymore. And so that was really the great observation.
It's a good reminder. The data center segment of NVIDIA's business to me has become synonymous with how's AI going, and that's a false equivalence. And it's interesting that you were only this ready to sort of explode in AI in the data center because you had 3+ previous products where you learned how to build data center computers.
Exactly,
Even
yeah.
though those markets weren't these gigantic world-changing technology shifts the way that AI is, that's how you learned.
Yeah, that's right. You want to pave the way to future opportunities. You can't wait until the opportunity is sitting in front of you for you to reach out for it. And so you have to anticipate. Our job as CEOs to look around corners and anticipate where will opportunities be someday. And even if I'm not exactly sure what and when, how do I position the company to be near it? To be just standing kind of near under the tree, and we can do a diving catch when the apple falls. You guys know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But you've got to be close enough to do the diving catch.
Yeah. Rewind to 2015 and OpenAI.
几百个。
If you hadn't been laying this groundwork in the data center,
Yeah.
you wouldn't be powering OpenAI right now.
Yeah, but the idea that computing would be mostly done away from the viewing device, that the vast majority of computing would be done away from the computer itself, that insight was good. In fact, cloud computing, everything about today's computing is about separation of that. And by putting it in a data center, we can overcome this latency problem, meaning you're not going to overcome speed of light. Speed of light end to end is only 120 milliseconds or something like that. It's not that long.
From a data center to an internet
Anywhere
user.
on the planet.
Yeah.
And so if we could.
I see.
if
And
we-
literally across the planet.
Yeah, right. So if you could solve that problem, approximately something like that, I forget the number, but it's 70 milliseconds, 100 milliseconds, but it's not that long. And so my point is, if you could remove the obstacles everywhere else, then speed of light should be, perfectly fine. And you could build data centers as large as you like, and you could do amazing things. And this little tiny device that we use as a computer, or your TV as a computer, whatever computer, they can all instantly become amazing. And so that insight, 15 years ago was a good one.
So speaking of the speed of light, InfiniBand.
Yeah.
David's like begging me to go here. Can
I was
feel
at
it.
the same thought.
You totally saw that InfiniBand would be way more useful way sooner than anyone else realized.
Yeah.
Acquiring Mellanox, I think you uniquely saw that this
shit.
was required to train large language models, and you were super aggressive in acquiring that company. Why did you see that when no one else saw that?
Well, there are several reasons for that. First,
Shit.
if you want to be a data center company, building the processing chip isn't the way to do it. A data center is distinguished from a desktop computer versus a cell phone, not by the processor in it.
Yeah.
A desktop computer in a data center uses the same CPUs, uses the same GPUs, apparently, right? Very close. And so it's not the chip, it's not the processing chip that describes it, but it's the networking of it, it's the infrastructure of it, it's the, how the news, it seems like he wrote it in a crayon. He'll say, good job, done. Just right over the newspaper, just good job, done, and he mails it to me. And I hope I've kept them, but anyways, you could tell he's a real sweetheart, but he cares about the companies.
He's a special character.
Yeah, he's incredible.
What is something that you believe today that 40-year-old Jensen would have pushed back on and said, no, I disagree?
There's plenty of time. Yeah, there's plenty of time. If you prioritize yourself properly and you make sure that you don't let Outlook be the controller of your time, there's plenty of time.
Plenty of time in the day, plenty of time
do anything.
to achieve this thing.
Yeah, to do anything. Just don't do everything. Prioritize your life. Make sacrifices. Don't let Outlook control what you do every day. Notice I was late to our meeting. And the reason for that, by the time I looked up, oh my gosh, Ben and Dave are waiting. That's already.
We got time.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Didn't stop this from being a great job.
No, but you have to prioritize your time really carefully. And don't let Outlook determine that.
Love that. What are you afraid of, if anything?
I'm afraid of the same things today that I was in the very beginning of this company, which is letting the employees down. You have a lot of people who joined your company because they believe in your hopes and dreams, and they've adopted it as their hopes and dreams, and you want to be right for them. You want to be successful for them. You want them to be able to build a great life as well as help you build a great company and be able to build a great career. You want them to have to enjoy all of that. And these days, I want them to be able to enjoy the things I've had the benefit of enjoying, and all the great success I've enjoyed. I want them to be able to enjoy all of that. And so I think the greatest fear is that you let them down.
At what point did you realize that you weren't going to have another job? That this was it?
I don't change jobs. If it wasn't because of Chris and Curtis convincing me to do NVIDIA, I would still be at LSI Logic today. I'm certain of it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. I was certain of it. I would keep doing what I'm doing, and at the time that I was there, I was completely dedicated and focused on helping LSI Logic be the best company it could be. And I was LSI Logic's best ambassador. I've got great friends that to this day that I've known from LSI Logic. It's a company I loved then, I love dearly today. I know exactly why I went, the revolutionary impact it had on chip design and system design and computer design. In my estimation, one of the most important companies that ever came to Silicon Valley and changed everything about how computers were made. It put me in the epicenter of some of the most important events in computer industry. It led me to meeting Chris and Curtis and Andy Bechtolsheim and John Rubinstein and some of the most important people in the world, and Frank that I was with the other day, and the list goes on. And so LSI Logic was really important to me, and I would still be there. I would, who knows what LSI Logic would have become if I were still there, right? And so that's kind of how my mind works.
Powering
now,
the AI of the world.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I might be doing the same thing I'm doing
I
today.
got the sense from
Yeah.
remembering back to part 1 of our series on NVIDIA.
But until I'm fired, this is my last job. This is
I
it.
love it.
Yeah.
I got the sense that LSI logic might have also changed your perspective and philosophy about computing too. The sense we got from the research was that when right out of school, and when you first went to AMD first, right?
Yeah.
You believed that, like, kind of a version of the Jerry Sanders Real Men Have Fabs? Like, you need to do the whole stack. Like, you got to do everything. And that LSI logic changed you.
What LSI logic did was realized that you can express transistors and logical gates and chip functionality in high-level languages. That by raising the level of abstraction in what is now called high-level design, it was coined by Harvey Jones, who's on NVIDIA's board, and I met him way back in the early days of Synopsys. But during that time, there was this belief that you can express chip design in high-level languages. And by doing so, you could take advantage of optimizing compilers and optimization logic and tools, and be a lot more productive. That logic was so sensible to me, and I was 21 years old at the time, and I wanted to pursue that vision. Frankly, that idea happened in machine learning. It happened in software programming, and I want to see it happen in digital biology, so that we can think about biology in a much higher level language. Probably a large language model would be the way to make it representable. That transition was so revolutionary. I thought that was the best thing that ever happened to the industry, and I was really happy to be part of it. And I was at ground zero, and so I saw one industry change, revolutionize another industry, and if not for LSI Logic doing the work that it did, Synopsys shortly after, then why would the computer industry be where it is today? Yeah, it's really, really terrific. I was at the right place at the right time to see all that.
That's super cool.
Yeah.
And it sounded like the CEO of LSI Logic put a good word in for you with Don Valentine too.
I didn't know how to write a business plan.
Which it turns out is not actually important.
No. It turns out that making a financial forecast that nobody knows is going to be right or wrong turns out not to be that important. But the important things that a business plan probably could have teased out, I think that the art of writing a business plan ought to be much, much shorter, and it forces you to condense, what is the true problem you're trying to solve? What is the unmet need that you believe will emerge? Mm-hmm. And what is it that you're going to do that is sufficiently hard that when everybody else finds out it's a good idea, they're not going to swarm it and make you obsolete. And so it has to be sufficiently hard to do. There are a whole bunch of other skills that are involved in just product and positioning and pricing and go to market and all that kind of stuff, but those are skills and you can learn those things easily. The stuff that is really, really hard is the essence of what I described. And I did that okay, but I had no idea how to write the business plan, and I was fortunate that Wolf Corrigan was so pleased with me and the work that I did when I was at LSI Logic. He called up Don Valentine and told Don, invest in this kid, and he's going to come your way, so I was, I was set up for success from that moment, and got us off the ground. Yeah.
As long as he didn't lose the money.
I think Sequoia did okay.
That's good.
Yeah, I think we probably are one of the best investments they've ever made.
Have they held through today?
The VC partner is still on the board, Mark Stevens.
Yeah, Mark,
Yeah. All these years. The two founding VCs are still on the board.
Sutter Hill and Sequoia?
Yeah, Ted Cox and Mark Stevens. I don't think that ever happens.
Yeah.
Amazing.
We are singular in that circumstance, I believe. They've added value this whole time, been inspiring this whole time, gave great wisdom and great support. But they also were
they haven't
so
killed you yet.
No, not yet. But they've been entertained, by the company, inspired by the company, and enriched by the company, and so they stayed with it. And I'm really grateful.
Well, in that vein, our final question for you. It's 2023, 30 years anniversary of the founding of NVIDIA. If you were magically 30 years old again today, in 2023, and you were going to Denny's, with your two best friends who are the two smartest people you know, and you're talking about starting a company, what are you talking about starting?
I wouldn't do it. I know. And the reason for that is really quite simple. Ignoring the company that we would start. First of all, I'm not exactly sure. The reason why I wouldn't do it, and it goes back to why it's so hard, is building a company and building a video turned out to have been a million times harder than I expected it to be. Any of us expected it to be. And at that time, if we realized the pain and suffering and just how vulnerable you're going to feel, and the challenges that you're going to endure, the embarrassment and the shame, and the list of all the things that go wrong, I don't think anybody would start a company. Nobody in their right mind would do it. And I think that that's kind of the superpower of an entrepreneur. They don't know how hard it is, and they only ask themselves, how hard can it be? And to this day, I trick my brain into thinking, how hard can it be? Because you have to.
Still, when you wake up in the
day.
morning.
Yep. How hard can it be? Everything that we're doing, how hard can it be? Omniverse, how hard can it be? It
I don't
turns
get
out
the sense, though, that you're planning to retire anytime soon, though.
No,
like, you're
no,
still
I'm still young. I'm still young.
You could choose to say, like, whoa, this is too hard.
The trick is still working.
The trick is still working.
No, I'm still enjoying myself immensely, and I'm adding a little bit of value. But that's really the trick of an entrepreneur. You have to get yourself to believe that it's not that hard, because it's way harder than you think. And so, if I go taking all of my knowledge now and I go back, and I said I'm going to endure that whole journey again, I think it's too much. It is just too much.
Do you have any suggestions on any kind of support system or a way to get through the emotional trauma that comes with building something like this?
Family and friends and all the colleagues we have here. I'm surrounded by people who've been here for 30 years. Right? Chris has been here for 30 years. Jeff Fisher's been here 30 years. Dwight's been here 30 years. And Jonah and Brian have been here, 25 some years, and probably longer than that. And, Joe Greco's been here 30 years. I'm surrounded by these people that never one time gave up, and they never one time gave up on me. And that's the entire ball of wax, and to be able to go home and have your family be fully committed to everything that you're trying to do, and thick or thin, they're proud of you and proud of the company.
Okay, let me see. If a place is soldier flight, battle. Comrades, much fall in battle. Easter. Easter. Think of that. Easter. This is your intention. Easter. Easter falls night this year. My birthday will fall on Friday this year. Easter falls late this year. Easter falls to carries religious holiday to celebrate Jesus Christ returned to life after he was killed. At Easter, I got 2 weeks of school. At Easter, we are going to my parents. We're going to my parents to East. Go to school. 这什么鬼？Easter 彩蛋 Easter Christmas holiday to celebrate Jesus Christ returned to life after he was killed. Easter fell late this year. Cast religious holiday to celebrate Jesus Christ's return to life after he was killed. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. Night had fun by the time we got back to the camp. In the word table. Camp. Easter. Camp. Tense. Camp. A place where people stay in tents or other temporary structures. Temperature. Night darkness had fun by the time we got back to the camp. In the word table, the accent fell on the first syllable. Syllable. I think a unit of speech. Either a whole word or one of the parts into which a word can be separated. Usually contain evolve in the word energy. Syllable. In the word, the accent in the word table, the accent fell on the first syllable. In the word, the accent in the word table, the accent found on the first syllable. syllable. A single unit of speech, either a whole word or one of the parts into which a word can be separated, usually containing a okay, it's all I thought. A single word, concept, likeness, card. A single unit speech. Either a whole word or other part into which a word can be separated, usually containing in the word. You should stress the first snap, the word bottom. 这其中有部分是上涨的，对 ，in the word. In the world. 还真不一定。有什么语气了吗 ？In the world. Separate. 看这个是其他做的。Syllable. A single unit speech, either a whole word or one of the parts into which a word can be separated, usually containing a vowel. In the word. You should stress the first snap. The word button and has to snap space cancel. In the word cast say. Concuss. Okay, context, content, cast, Constantine. Let me see. Custom. Customs. Don't go to the right. Despite, offset. Syllable. A single unit of speech. single unit of speech. A single unit of speech. Single of speech. Unintended tower. Then single word. Then blue. Bad. Hit. Card. Trap. Flat. Ice. Dog. Fire. Fork. Girl. Glass. What is a symbol? I cat. None. That. What is a single unit of speech? Either word. A single unit of speech. A single unit of speech. A single unit of speech. Class 1. Cask. 难听。cancel 这个，就 cancel 的。cancel。Make a word. The first syllable in the word table. The accent. What meaning of this accent? Accent. The way in which people in a particular country. Accent. In the way in which people in a particular area, country, or social group, pronounce words, group, or social group, pronounce words. He has a strong south author accent. In other words, pronunciation. Accent. The way in which people in a particular area, country, or social group pronounce words. Accent. In the way in which people in a particular area, country, or social.该进学期还排学期怎么变的？你选了一个看似功能色彩。or social group pronouns. 行，我现在很。The way in which people in a particular area, country, or social group pronounce words. He has a strong southern. She's French, but she speaks with an impeccable English accent. pronunciation mark written or planted over a letter to show you how to pronounce. For social ground pronouncement, in particular with very country or social, make sound to say a word or letter, in particular.
Letter.
The accent falls on the first syllable. In the word table, the accent falls on the first syllable. The accent falls on the first syllable. In the word table, the accent falls on the first syllable. In the word table, the accent falls on the first syllable. To hang down, losing, hang. To hang down, syllable, accent. People have area. That we people in a particular area, country, or social. Voice. Pronounce words. Pronounce group of or social words. Pronounce words. Pronounce the way in which people in a particular area, country, or social group pronounce words. Accent. In the word table, the accent falls on the first syllable. To hang down, losing. The boy's hair fell around his shoulders in gold curl. Accent pronounce. Curls, gold curls. A piece of hair grows. Gold. Curl. A piece of hair that grows or has been formed into a curve shape or something that is the same shape as this. What does that mean? A piece of hair, gold. The boy's hair fell around his shoulder. shoulders. His shoulders encode the curve. I don't understand this. Shoulder. Body part. 胳膊 shoulder. Losing. Fixed at top. Fast support. A heavy gold necklace around his neck. 前面有做过这个吗 ？Fixed at
hang,
hang up. If you kill someone, especially as a punishment for first dropping that. Staying here. Hang up. 根本就没有。hang up. Close. Okay, fix at top. The fast. Hang up. Hang. Too fast. Fix at top. Add to fasten or support something at the top, leaving the other parts free to move or to be held in this way. Hang around. Or have a heavy gold necklace. Hang around the neck. Get fasten or support. To fasten or support something. Fasten or support something at the top, leaving other parts free to move or to be held in this way, or to be held in this way. Fix at top. Okay. Have a gold necklace hung around his neck. Have a gold necklace hung around. The fasten or support something at the top, leaving the other parts free to move or to be held in this way. Part to fasten or support. Fasten or support something at the top, leaving the other parts free to move. To hang and loose. To hang down loosely. Far around. The boy's hair fell around his shoulder. Body part is part in gold curve. Shoulder. The wheel waist. Wheel. Cover face. The wheel. First thing, bunch of wheel. You face far. To 5页397，还有很长啊，97fail cover the face. Piece of thin material worn by women to cover their face or head. To cover their face or head. To cover the face. After ceremony, they braid up her veil to kiss her husband. The woman removed black veils that covered all but their eyes. A piece of thin material worn by women to cover their face or head. To cover their face or head. After the ceremony, they cover face. Curve. Veil. Cover face. A piece of thin material worn by women to cover the face. Veil. You suddenly look unhappy or disappointed with the veil fell almost to her waist.怎么这么多 waist the veil fell almost to her waist. To the part of 这是这么切开不对，打对。The part of the body above and slightly narrower than the hips. Waist veil. How to match veil? 那是臀部吗？没有，打错。Waist 这是腹。Waist measure at the narrowest point. Hip. Waist. The part of the body above and slightly narrower than the hips. Small, narrow, teeny, or large, thick waist. These parts are a little tight around my waist. To veil fell almost to her waist. 这是什么？Yes. To veil. They will fell almost to her waist. They will fell almost to her waist. If you face fouls, you suddenly look unhappy or disappointed with. Disappointed. Disappointed. Unhappy because someone or something was not as good as you hoped or expected, or because something did not happen. Unhappy because someone or something was not as good as you hoped or expected, or because something did not happen. Unhappy because something was not good as you hoped or expected. We were deeply disappointed at this result. Unhappy, disappointed. Unhappy because someone or something was not as good as you hoped or expected, or because something did not happen, because something did not happen. If your face fall, you suddenly look unhappy or disappointed. His face fell when he saw the distance. He still had to go. The boy's hair fell around his shoulders in golden curl. The veil fell almost to her waist. Your face falls. If your face falls, you suddenly look unhappy. Unhappy or disappointed. I was disappointed. Unhappy because someone or something was not as good as you hoped or expected, or because something did not happen. Disappointed. Okay, sound quiet. Expected. You rent filed to must be paid. You rent filed on the first of the month. Rent. Silent. Issue. Rent payment. You rent filed on the first of the month. You rent filed to on the first of the month. What's the meaning of this? File silent. The president has fallen silent, quiet, unsound on the issue of gun control.
company, and you kind of need that. You need the unwavering support of people around you. You know, Jim Gaithers and the Tench Coxes and Mark Stevens and Harvey Jones and all the early people of our company, the Bill Millers. They not one time gave up on the company and us, and you need that. Not kind of need that. You need that, and I'm pretty sure that almost every successful company and entrepreneurs that have gone through some difficult challenges, they had that support system around them.
I can only imagine how meaningful that. I mean, I know how meaningful that is in any company, but for you, given I feel like the NVIDIA journey is particularly amplified on these dimensions, right? And
not normal.
You went through two, if not three, like 80% plus drawdowns in the public markets.
Yeah.
And to have investors who've stuck with you
Yeah.
from day one through that must be just like so much support.
Yeah, it is incredible, and you hate that any of that stuff happened, and most of it, most of it is out of your control. But 80% fall, it's an extraordinary thing, no matter how you look at it. And I forget exactly, but I mean, we traded down at about a couple of $2-3 billion in market value for a while because of the decision we made in going into CUDA and all that work. And your belief system has to be really, really strong. You have to really, really believe it and really, really want it. Otherwise, it's just too much to endure. I mean, because, everybody's questioning you, and employees aren't questioning you, but employees have questions.
Right.
People outside are questioning you. And it's a little embarrassing. And it's like, when your stock price gets hit, it's embarrassing no matter how you think about it. And it's hard to explain, And so there's no good answers to any of that stuff. CEOs are human, and companies are built of humans, and these challenges are hard to endure.
Ben had an appropriate comment on our most recent episode on y'all where we were talking about, the current situation in NVIDIA. I think you said for any other company, this would be a precarious spot to be in. But for NVIDIA,
this is kind of old hat.
Yeah.
You guys are familiar with these large swings in amplitude.
Yeah. The thing that to keep in mind is at all times, what is the market opportunity that you're engaging, and that informs your size. I was told a long time ago that NVIDIA can never be larger than $1 billion. Obviously, it's an underestimation, under imagination of the size of the opportunity.
Yeah.
It is the case that no chip company can ever be so big. And so, but if you're not a chip company, then why is that apply to you?
Yeah.
And this is the extraordinary thing about technology right now, is that technology is a tool, and it's only so large. What's unique about our current circumstance today is that we're in the manufacturing of intelligence. We're in the manufacturing of work world. That's AI. And the world of tasks, doing work, productive, generative AI work, generative intelligent work, that market size is enormous. It's measured in trillions. One way to think about that is if you build a chip for a car, how many cars are there and how many chips would they consume? That's one way to think about that. However, if you build a system that whenever needed assisted in the driving of the car, and what's the value of a autonomous chauffeur every now and then? And so now the market, obviously the problem becomes much larger, the opportunity becomes larger. What would it be like if we were to magically conjure up a chauffeur for everybody who has a car, and how big is that market? And obviously that's a much larger market. And so the technology industry is at where what we've discovered, what NVIDIA has discovered, and what some of them discovered, is that by separating ourselves from being a chip company, but building on top of a chip, and you're now an AI company, the market opportunity has grown by probably 1,000 times. Don't be surprised if technology companies become much larger in the future because what you produce is something very different, and that's the kind of the way to think about how large can your opportunity, how large can you be. It has everything to do with the size of the opportunity.
Yeah. Well, Jensen, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Woo, David, that was awesome.
So fun.
Well, listeners, we want to tell you that you should totally sign up for our email list. Of course, it is notifications when we drop a new email, but we've added something new. We're including little tidbits that we learn after releasing the episode, including listener corrections. And we also have been sort of teasing what the next episode will be. So if you want to play the little guessing game along with the rest of the Acquired community, sign up at acquired.fm/email. Our huge thank you to Blinkist, StatSig, and Crusoe. All the links in the show notes are available to learn more and get the exclusive offers for the Acquired community from each of them. You should check out ACQ2, which is available in any podcast player. As these main Acquired episodes get longer and come out, once a month instead of once every couple weeks, it's a little bit more of a rarity these days.
We've been up-leveling our production process, and that takes time.
Yes. ACQ2 has become the place to get more from David and I, and we've just got some awesome episodes coming up that we are excited about. If you want to come deeper into the Acquired kitchen, become an LP, acquired.fm/LP. Once every couple months or so, we'll be doing a call with all of you on Zoom, just for LPs, to get the inside scoop of what's going on in Acquired land and get to know David and I a little bit better. And once a season, you'll get to help us pick a future episode. So that's acquired.fm/LP. Anyone should join the Slack, acquired.fm/Slack. God, we've got a lot of things now, David.
I know, the hamburger bar on our website is expanding.
Expanding, I know. That's how you know we're becoming enterprise. Wait till we have a mega menu, a menu of menus, if you will.
What is the Acquired solution that we can sell?
That's true.
We gotta find that.
All right. With that, listeners, acquired.fm/Slack to join the Slack and discuss this episode, acquired.fm/store to get some of that sweet merch that everyone is talking about. And with that, listeners, we will see you next time.
We'll see you next time.
Who got the truth? Is it you?
I guess what's tricky is now that
Oh. Okay.
Or you can subscribe to Naval, his podcast on wealth and happiness, on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Overcast, wherever you get your podcasts. You can also find his blog at nav.al. And I will leave Naval's intro at that. We have done quite a few interviews together in the past with Nick Szabo and also with Ethereum creator Vitalik Buterin. Chris Dixon on Twitter at CDixon is a general partner at Andreessen Horowitz, where for the past 6 years he has been an active seed and venture stage investor. Previously, Chris co-founded and served as the CEO of two startups, Site Advisor and Hunch. Site Advisor was an internet security company that warned web users of security threats. The company was acquired by McAfee in 2006. Hunch was a recommendation technology company that was acquired by eBay in 2011. Chris has been a prolific seed investor, and that is the right adjective, prolific seed investor, co-founding Founder Collective, a seed venture fund, and making a number of personal angel investments in various technology companies. Chris started programming as a kid and was a professional programmer after college at the high-speed options trading firm Arbitrade. He has a BA and MA in philosophy from Columbia and an MBA from Harvard. He has written about his theories and experiences as an entrepreneur and investor on Medium, and before that at cdixon.org. Many of his predictions have come true. A lot of what he's written about has ended up being prescient, and we will dig into that. His A16Z, that is Andreessen Horowitz, with the number of letters between the first and last. A16Z podcast appearances can be found at a16z.com/author/Chris-Dixon. And once again, you can find him on Twitter at CDixon. This episode is brought to you by Theragun. I have two Theraguns, and they're worth their weight in gold. I've been using them every single day. Whether you're an elite athlete or just a regular person trying to get through your day, muscle pain and muscle tension are real things. That's why I use the Theragun. I use it at night, I use it after workouts. It is a handheld percussive therapy device that releases your deepest muscle tension. So for instance, at night, I might use it on the bottom of my feet. It's helped with my plantar fasciitis. I will have my girlfriend use it up and down the middle of my back, and I'll use it on her. It's an easy way for us to actually trade massages, in effect, and you can think of it, in fact, as massage reinvented on some level. Helps with performance, helps with recovery, helps with just getting your back to feel better before bed after you've been sitting for way too many hours. I love this thing. And the all-new Gen 4 Theragun has a proprietary brushless motor that is surprisingly quiet. It's easy to use and about as quiet as an electric toothbrush. It's pretty astonishing. You really have to feel the Theragun's signature power, amplitude, and effectiveness to believe it. It's one of my favorite gadgets in my house at this point. So I encourage you to check it out. Try Theragun. That's Thera, Theragun. There's no substitute for the Gen 4 Theragun with an OLED screen. That's OLED, for those wondering. That's organic light-emitting diode screen, personalized Theragun app, and an incredible combination of quiet and power. And the Gen 4 Theraguns start at just $199. I said I have two. I have the Prime, and I also have the Pro, which is like the super Cadillac version. My girlfriend loves the soft attachments on that. So try Theragun for 30 days starting at only $199. Go to therabody.com/Tim right now and get your Gen 4 Theragun today. One more time, that's therabody.com/Tim, therabody.com/Tim. This episode is brought to you by Tonal. Imagine having an entire gym's worth of equipment in a device smaller than a flat screen TV. Something that could fit potentially even in a closet. Fits in my closet. By eliminating traditional weights, Tonal can deliver 200 pounds of resistance with a sleek design that can fit nearly anywhere. It's like having an entire gym and personal trainer right in your home. Tonal's patented digital weight system senses your strength and adjusts the weight automatically in real time so you can get the most out of every workout. I have a number of friends, including competitive athletes, who have doubled their strength in short order in a lot of exercises. And part of the reason that's possible is it uses a revolutionary system of dynamic resistance powered by electric motors for strength you can feel. You can also do things like eccentrics. Over time, Tonal learns from your body and automatically increases the weight exactly when you can handle it. Tonal also uses 17 sensors to provide real-time feedback on your form and technique, allowing you to get the most effective workout every time. It's a strength training machine with adjustable arms that provides more than 170 exercises for a full body workout. And that can include squats, deadlifts, bench presses, overhead pulls, bicep curls, and more. So check it out. Try Tonal, the smartest home gym for 30 days in your home. Tonal is so confident that you'll love it, they offer a full money-back guarantee. You can now get Tonal from $63 per month at 0% interest over 48 months. Visit www.tonal, that's TONAL.com, and for a limited time, get $100 off when you use promo code TIM100 at checkout. That's www.tonal.com, promo code TIM100, TIM100. Tonal, be your strongest.
At this altitude, I can run flat out for a half mile before my hands start shaking.
Can I answer your personal question?
Now would seem like perfect time.
I'm a cybernetic organism, living tissue over never endoskeleton.
Chris and Naval, welcome to the show. And Chris, we're going to start with you. And then
awesome.
I figured we could begin with something perhaps that most people would consider non-technical, and that is philosophy. So I would like to hear first if you could explain why the interest in philosophy, and then I would love for you to tie in your conversations or specific conversations involving advice with Daniel Dennett and maybe give some context for who that is.
So back in college, I was sort of interested in computers my whole life, and I read this book, Gödel Escher Bach, which was sort of mind-blowing book at the time, and it's all about kind of the connection between computer science and music and philosophy and things like this. And so when I got to college, I said, I started taking some philosophy classes and really kind of went down this rabbit hole of philosophy, and actually was at one point in a PhD program until I dropped out. I was very interested in what's known as analytic philosophy, so language, mind, logic, the foundations of mathematics. It's still an area I'm interested in, sort of the history of ideas, I'd say. The history of science, the history of mathematics, how it happens. I by no means consider myself a philosophy expert, and I haven't read that much over the years, but I have, for example, a couple of years ago, I went and did this whole really big deep dive into the history of logic and computer science, and actually ended up writing this article for The Atlantic about it. And kind of my argument was, which is still kind of my main area of interest, is this idea that you could have a group of people working on something. There was this great quote I started the essay with. It was this computer scientist who said, if you went in 1905 and tried to find the least practical area of philosophy or any academic field you could, it would be this set of logicians like Bertrand Russell and Kurt Gödel and a bunch of other people like that who were doing these really, really esoteric logical things. But it turned out that was literally the direct lineage into Alan Turing and von Neumann and all the great papers that came out in the 30s, and then that culminated in World War II. So literally, the history of computing came from this kind of crazy group of like 10 people in 1905. And so it was that kind of stuff that I was into, reading about that kind of stuff. And the fun thing with philosophy is you can say, hey, this semester I'm going to do science, and this semester I'm going to do math. So it's really just a little bit dilettantish or something. Like it's just sort of a fun excuse to go read a lot of smart people. But yeah, but then at one point, this is a guy named Daniel Dennett, who's sort of one of my heroes, who's written a lot of great philosophy books, kind of popular philosophy books I highly recommend. And I had the opportunity to talk to him, and that was the point at which I was thinking about quitting and doing what I do now, basically startups. And he said to me, he said, look, if you think you're going to be like a great philosopher and that's all you can ever do, you should do it. Otherwise, I would quit immediately and go do something else. So I just knew like I was going to be a mediocre philosopher working on footnotes. So basically, in these kinds of academic fields, there's like 5 people that matter every century, and then everyone else is sort of doing, footnote cleanup. The other thing, me and my friends had this idea that the best philosophy paper at the end of the PhD, you write a dissertation. We came to the conclusion that the best dissertation would be 2 pages long and have no footnotes. And that was just completely unacceptable in modern academia. So we were like, there's no way that we can do what actually consider to be a great, because, truly great philosophy, just a brand new idea, a brand new set of ideas. Not that I had them, I'm not claiming I was a great philosopher, but if the goal was fundamentally inconsistent with the nature of the program, it was probably not as practical for me.
I don't want to say I'm going to push back a little bit, but interest in philosophy, deep interest in philosophy, and it could be coincidental, seems to be a pattern across quite a few currently adept entrepreneurs and investors in the tech space. Reid Hoffman comes to mind. I mean, obviously Naval is a deep reader and considerer of different philosophies. And just to build on your dissertation comment, and we don't have to spend a whole lot of time here because I still want to do a little bit of background. But for those who don't have firsthand exposure to Satoshi Nakamoto's white paper, how long is that?
It's like 7 pages. I think I have it on my wall. Actually, in my other office, I have it on the wall, and it literally fits on the poster. So I believe the PDF, depends on the format. You can get them in like printed Bible-like formats, or you can get them as a PDF. I think the PDF 7 pages. No, it's very short. It's very short, and actually, probably 2/3 of it is implementation details. The core ideas are probably a couple of paragraphs. Similar to the Bible, there was a whole long period of forum posts and other kinds of things fleshing it out, and then the actual code. The concept of a blockchain is, I think, one of the beautiful computing primitives. That a lot of those beautiful, simple things is relatively simple at its core.
I'd like to revisit the logicians for a second, so Bertrand Russell and these others. So the significance of that was largely missed at the time. I mean, of course it was. Hindsight 2020. But I'd like to maybe use that as a segue to something you wrote in 2013 in a blog post titled, I think this is the title of the blog post, What the Smartest People Do. It might just be a quote from the blog post. What the smartest people do on the weekend is what everyone else will do during the week in 10 years. And among the tech hobbies with momentum, you included, quote, math-based currencies like Bitcoin, end quote. That's 2013. So I'd like to ask 2 questions. Number one is, and there were other examples that seemed now to be quite prescient. How did you identify math-based currencies like Bitcoin to fit into the category of what smart people are doing on the weekend? And then are there any current hobbies that you're watching with interest?
This goes back to the lore of Silicon Valley, of the hackers in the garage and Steve Jobs and Wozniak going to the Homebrew Computer Club. And it was like this fringe, cultish club at the time in the era of mainframe computers and things. It basically came back to this idea that maybe that's not a coincidence that this keeps happening, that it's these things people are doing on the weekend, and particularly they're smart people. If you go and you talk to them, they had a good reason. They really understood what a personal computer could be. They had very deep thinking. So by the way, a lot of this involves actually going and speaking to people and not trusting secondary sources. I really believe very, very strongly that one of the most important things here you can do is just go speak to a lot of people. That's where I get all of my information, talking to entrepreneurs, talking to people that are smarter than me. Why was personal computing happening at the Homebrew Computer Club and not at, let's say, IBM at the time? Once a company gets to a certain scale, it's managed by business people, and business people plan on a 1 to 3 year horizon. they're very good at execution, but typically it's extrapolation execution. Like, we have this computer here, let's make the next version of it, or something like that. And they're not, this is sort of Clay Christensen's idea. The idea of disruptive innovation is that these things come from below. They look like toys. It's another kind of common theme. They come from below, they look silly, the serious people poo-poo it, it's not a serious thing. Some of those things, by the way, that people are into, the hobbyist things, they just stay hobbies. A lot of it depends on the nature of the specific topic, and is it going to follow some kind of exponential improvement curve and things like that? Because the PC, of course, was riding Moore's Law and a bunch of other important trends in a way that other fringe hobbies at the time weren't. So I've always found this to be a small group of very smart, cultish people to be a very, very interesting pattern. And one thing I do a lot of, I've read a lot of history books, particularly history of innovation. And this pattern happens over and over. So I'll give you an example. Another example I like to use is University of Utah in the 1970s. Every single computer graphics thing today, Apple, Pixar, Atari, the best venture capital strategy in the 1970s would be to take a big bag of money and hand it out at the University of Utah, okay? Because they were all, the entire future of computer graphics was at the University of Utah. Why? Because I forgot the specifics, some donor liked computer graphics and gave money, and they're all there. I always think about it like I do venture capital. I can sit there, analyze metrics, and do all this other stuff, or I can just go try to find the University of Utah. That's what I think about all the time. Like, where is that? And by the way, a lot of it now is on the internet. It's in a Discord, it's in a Reddit. A lot of what I did in that list I had in 2013, a lot of that came from Reddit.
It's what is the current definition of the frontier. And there was a time when it was Wild West, there was a time when it was conquistadors and people setting sail in the age of sail. And today it feels like the frontier is on the internet. And even on the internet, the frontier is within Web3 and crypto, because it's sort of the least regulated, the most decentralized, the most permissionless, 24/7, 365 markets that are self-funding. Hackers from all around the world can participate. You can be anon or pseudo-anon or just have a CryptoPunk as your profile. And nobody has to know who you are. All that matters is the output of your code. And if it works, you can make huge amounts of money. Satoshi Nakamoto may end up being the richest person who ever lived and could have pulled it off completely anon. And that's not the only one. There are huge fortunes being made and lost on this decentralized anonymous frontier. And now I think we're seeing Web3 starting to pull in all the talent. All the smartest people in Silicon Valley seem to be looking from their 9-to-5 jobs into 24/7 Web3 and figuring out how to participate. Every company that I'm involved with that's not a Web3 company calls me and asks me about a token or a Web3 angle. And obviously, some of it is just to make money, but some of it is this appeal of open source, open platforms, portable data, user privacy, user controlled keys, and community owned and generated networks.
So I want to hop in here. This is all very important, and we're going to come back to it, and we're going to get to a definition of terms also, just for people who are not familiar with Web3. Before I get to that, just because I want to try to create a thread going from 2013 in that blog post to here, University of Utah. How did you find this particular University of Utah, math-based currencies like Bitcoin, in 2003 or just prior to that? And then we're going to bring that into Web3.
Like a lot of these things, it started with, I think, Friends. Naval could have been part of that. Fred Wilson, there's sort of early group of people that were kind of getting interested in Bitcoin. I used to be technical. I'm not particularly technical now, but I went and kind of used Bitcoin. And I was particularly interested in the programming language around it, which I can talk more about. Now we have platforms like Ethereum with much more robust programming abilities. So I went and kind of used it, and the idea, I have to say, it appealed to me initially. I had come from, actually, first saw it used this thing called Hashcash. So Hashcash is the algorithm that's used for Bitcoin mining. It's called mining, which is a way to incentivize the people to run their computer and run part of the Bitcoin network. I started a computer security company in 2004, and it actually looked at using Hashcash. So Hashcash had been talked about for a long time as a way to fight internet spam, and this is what I was working on. The idea was, why do you have spam? It's a tragedy of the commons problem, where because it costs $0 to send an email, if you can make $100 every million emails, spammers will just do that. And so one idea that went back to I think the 90s, was the idea of charging somebody a little bit to send an email. But then how do you do that when you don't have native internet money? So the idea was you force them to do a computation. And I actually had looked at commercializing this at one point. I didn't do it, so I couldn't figure out the whole thing. When I first saw Bitcoin, I'm like, oh, it's stored Hashcash. Adam Smith called capital is stored labor. And so that's what Bitcoin actually, from my vantage point back then, it was like, oh wow, it's Hashcash, but it's stored. And that was actually what got me initially interested in it. And then I started going down the rabbit hole, as we say. You'll hear this phrase a lot from crypto people, because it's very much this looking glass experience where the outside narrative is just so incredibly not accurate about Web3. And once you go and learn it yourself, I get an email now, Noel's probably getting this too, every day now from a Web2 person, a good entrepreneur saying, oh my God, I didn't understand what this was, and now that I do, it's like completely changed my life. It's a transformative thing when you go down that rabbit hole. So I kind of went down that rabbit hole, although there wasn't as deep a rabbit hole back then, but I think probably, I'm guessing we all had a similar experience.
I read about the Byzantine generals problem and the solution to that, and realized, wow, you can now organize people without rulers.
Could you explain what that is, Naval?
Yeah, Byzantine generals problem is a problem that basically says, how do you get people to coordinate when nobody knows each other, nobody trusts each other? And by using proof of work, aka hashcash, you can say, well, I've done the work to have a credible vote, and so anybody who hasn't done the work hasn't done the vote. And so now you can take systems that before would have to be run by centralized authorities, ranging from the government running money to Mark Zuckerberg running Facebook, and you can replace them by a credible vote of all the people participating in the network, and you know they're not cheaters, that they get to have a say because they've done the work. And one way to do the work is hashcash. But that's essentially what blockchains and Web3 do. Web3 basically says, okay, we can now run this network through the people who have invested into the network, and they can invest with money, they can invest with resources, or they can invest with proof of work, which is sort of the most robust way to do it while keeping it decentralized. But I think this may lead us into, we're probably getting to the point where we should define what we mean by Web3. And I think Chris has articulated one of the better definitions out there, one of the best definitions.
And perhaps, Chris, we could also start just to show, it could be change, it could be evolution, but Web 1, Web 2, Web 3, if you could lay it out.
So the way I think about it is Web 1, the internet of course existed before the 90s, but the web, sort of this killer app on top of the internet, was created in 1990. And so I sort of think of Web 1 as, let's call it 1990 to 2005. The key thing with Web 1 is it was dominated by open protocols. So the web has a protocol called HTTP, email has a protocol called SMTP. These were the platforms you were building on then. So if you were Larry and Sergey and you were building Google, you were building it on top of HTTP, on top of the web. And the web was open, which means no one controlled it. And what that means from Larry and Sergey's point of view is they knew if they built a successful product, a successful search engine, they would own it and they would control it. And you couldn't have somebody come along and say, I'm going to take 50% or I'm going to shut you down. It's the web, it was open. And similar to, let's say in economics, if you talk to an entrepreneur or an investor, they'll say they like to invest in countries with predictable rule of law. They don't like countries where the government seizes the assets and things like this. It's the same thing that happens with startups and entrepreneurs. They want to build on a platform that they know they can trust. And so that was what was so great about that first era of the web and why you had so much incredible innovation and investment. And it was, I think most people would agree today, that was sort of a golden period of innovation. But the products were limited in the sense that it tended to be, I call it skeuomorphic, where people were taking things from the offline world, like magazines, and putting them on the internet. You go back and look at the 90s web, it was very much experienced like a magazine. You didn't have things like social networks and user-generated content in nearly the same degree. That started really kind of percolating this year people call Web 2, let's call it around 2005. And at that time, you had sort of two competing models. Like, let's just take Twitter. There was an open protocol called RSS that was the obvious thing to compete with Twitter. I mean, it's still around, but it's not nearly as popular as Twitter and Facebook and everything else. And so there were sort of open ways to build social networks in the 2000s, and then there were closed ways to build. And for a variety of reasons, I won't go into all the details, the closed ways won. And a lot of it had to do with the ease of use. The way I think about it is Web 2, the open protocols were just limited in what they could do. So if you wanted to set up a website in 2008, let's say, and you wanted to have sort of simulate the functionality of Twitter, you'd have to go get like a web hosting provider, buy a domain name, and do a whole bunch of other things. Everyone tried to kind of reuse domain names, essentially. Domain names in the pre-blockchain world, they're the one thing you can really own on the internet. It's your domain. You control it. And so the open side kept trying to kind of use the domain name again and again, but it costs $8. You have to go set it up. It was very technical. Meanwhile, you go to Twitter and it's like 3 clicks and you choose your name and you're in and your friends are there. And then mobile phones came along and the whole thing accelerated. And here we are now with 5+ companies that kind of control the internet. So Web3 is coming along. And so Web3 is, my definition is, it's an internet owned by users and builders, orchestrated with tokens. So this new concept of a token is kind of the key concept of Web3. This comes sort of historically from the movement that started with Bitcoin, although I think it's sort of a different branch of the genealogy or something. And a lot of the stuff's actually built on a different crypto network called Ethereum, and then there are other kind of alternatives to it. The big kind of innovation with Ethereum was it's fully programmable. It's a computer. It's funny, this is the most controversial thing I've said on Twitter. I got this huge when I said blockchains are computers, they're computers. And literally, if you go look at Alan Turing's on computability paper, or von Neumann, or any of the great computer scientists, a computer is something you write code and it can store things. Ethereum is an almost Turing-complete programming language and can store information. It's a virtual computer, a computer that runs on a network of physical computers, which is, I think, what kind of trips people up. But it's a computer. It's a very powerful computer that has new properties that prior kinds of computers didn't have. And one of the things you can do on these, you can create these things called smart contracts, which are code that will continue to run in a certain way. And you can also create these things called tokens. And tokens can be fungible, like kind of quote cryptocurrencies are, or it can be non-fungible NFTs. And it can be something like, which I think some people have heard about now, which are things that can be represented by a piece of media, for example. You're buying this collectible basketball card or this collectible work of art, things like that. Why tokens are so important is they now provide a mechanism by which value and control can be given to users and builders as opposed to simply to centralized companies. So you can build today, there are two things. One is, remember before I said the functionality wasn't quite there for the open side in Web 2, it's now there. You can now build something that looks and feels like Facebook or Twitter, using open protocols and using this new kind of philosophy where the value and control accrues to the users of the network, not to a company, because there is no company. And you're going to see more and more things, products launched like this, where there is, initially there'll be some kind of R&D organization that helps create these protocols, but over time they go away in the same way that there is no Bitcoin company, and the Ethereum has a nonprofit foundation that supports R&D, but there is no Ethereum company. And this is how I believe the most important internet products will be created in the future, is through this kind of new means. And why will it be done this way? One is it's better, because wouldn't it be better if the drivers on the Uber network owned Uber and got to participate more in the value creation and also in the control and governance of that system? I think that's clearly a better thing for society. And I also think it's just going to be a winning product. If you look at people in these Web3 communities, no Web3 company, no crypto company has ever spent $1 on marketing, including Coinbase. I was on the board for years, no marketing. Why? Because tokens are self-marketing. When somebody owns something and feels skin in the game, they want to go talk about it. They want to evangelize. I think Web3 is not only better for the world, but it's also going to beat Web 2 because it's going to be more popular, because the people get really excited when they actually get to participate. The internet is 100% the most important invention of this century. I don't think that's hyperbolic to say that. And we're literally talking about how is money and power going to flow on the internet. This is such an important issue, and yet it's caricatured in the press and things as like tech bros, money, this and that. It's so misunderstood, and it's so important, which is why I get fired up about it, because I feel like if people like me and Naval don't explain this, that I think it's a very important thing, I guess I'll say.
I'll just, if it's okay with you guys, share a little bit, speak for a second, and also try to paraphrase as a muggle, and then I want you to poke holes in what I say. So first I'll say that I'm relatively new to this sphere, but like you said, once it started to land or sink in, I felt something, and this is going to sound very odd perhaps, but this like physiological quickening that really kept me up. I was not able to sleep well for about a week straight. And that only happens to me every like 5 to 7 or 5 to 10 years, because I started to see some of the possibilities and some of the beneficial societal changes and on and on and on that not just could, are already in a sense a byproduct of this paradigm shift. So tell me if this captures some of the essence, and then either of you can poke holes in it, but just to highlight a couple of things. So people might think of Web 1 as read-only, largely read-only and open. Then we have Web 2 read-write, but as we've seen it, it's become more centralized with a lot of these large companies. And you don't own, like you said, aside from maybe a domain name, you are not in control of your own destiny. You have very few rights. Your reputation is not transferable if you are on a platform like Twitter. You can be deplatformed, and we put that aside, but it's centralized. Right? You're at the whim of a handful of companies, which a lot of people will sign up for, like you said, because of convenience, ease of use, etc. Web 3 then appears to introduce a number of things, including property rights and decentralization. And this is not going to be a perfect comparison, but like if people think of, say, like REI and a co-op, it would differ in the sense that we're not necessarily going to have management per se with a truly decentralized platform. But what I have seen firsthand, and I want to give people a concrete example just to point out a very niche group perhaps that I've seen benefit very clearly, and that has been artists. And so I want to talk about this just for a second, because I have friends who are photographers, friends who are graphic artists, friends who are musicians who were crippled financially by COVID, when they couldn't tour, when they couldn't do things because they're only getting paid 1 cent per stream on some of these music streaming services. With the ability to create unique pieces of property in the form of NFTs and launch projects, their futures have entirely changed. And I want to highlight something for folks, and that is, it's not because of the initial sales price. The model for authors, the model for musicians has some royalty component, but you kind of get paid up front, and then you have a pittance of some percentage that you make on the back end. But with a smart contract, like you said, if we think of Ethereum as this world computer, with a smart contract, instead of a ton of middlemen who are kind of taking the lion's share of profits, you can set in advance certain things that happen automatically, like if you are an artist and your work is resold and then resold again and resold again, well, if you're operating in a traditional art world, you get paid once, that's the end of the story. Instead of that, now people are making the lion's share, many of them, of their income from these secondary sales, and it's all done automatically. They don't have to trust some agent or a broker or a rep or a curator to pay them. They don't have to audit accounting because it's all on the blockchain. So I just wanted to give that example and wonder if either of you would like to elaborate on any aspect of that, correct any aspect of that, or give an example of other things that you're seeing that are exciting to you.
Yeah, I would just only summarize what you guys have said, because I think you've approached it the right way. But basically what you're saying is that digital private keys enable digital private property. And so we finally have private property in the internet, and we don't need people like Spotify or even the studios and the labels to determine who owns what private property and hold it with their database entries and their lawyers. We can each do it ourselves. We can finally each, and Chris got made fun of on Twitter for this, we can each own a piece of the internet, but it's absolutely true. We can create digital scarcity, and it is a very powerful thing, because then it can map to real world scarcity, because the real world is not completely abundant in everything. The real world does have scarce economic resources. And so we can have digital scarcity and digital private property. And in a Web3 context, there are 3 critical things that both of you have touched on, but I just want to summarize them for the listener, that really make Web3 so unique, so distinct, and so revolutionary. Which is, in a normal model, we're used to thinking of a computer program as an application run by a third party, where they control the code, they own the data, and they own the platform and the economic benefits. And then we get our scraps. We put up tweets, we put up podcasts, maybe we get a few shekels from Spotify, maybe we get a few hearts on Twitter and a few retweets, but it's not a lot. The owners of Spotify are getting far richer than the creators in the podcast.
Okay, let me see. Fascinated. situation. The president has found student. The president has found student. The president has found student silence on the issue of gun control. The president fall silent. The president has found student. The president has found student silent on the issue of gun control. The president has found student. The president has found student silent on the issue of gun control. The president has found student silent on the issue of gun control. The president has found student. The president has found student silent. The president has found student silent on the issue of gun control. The president has found student. The president has found student. The president has found student silent. The president has found student. The president has found student silent on the issue of gun control. The president has found student silent on the issue of gun control. On the issue of gun control. The president has found the president has found student silent on the issue of gun control. The president has found student silent on the issue of gun control. The president has found student. So just no. The president. The president had found student silent on the issue of gun control. The president had found student silent. The president had found student on the issue of gun control. The president has found student silent. The president has found student. The president has found student have silent student. The president has found student silent. The president has found student. The president has found student. The president has found student. The president has found student silent. The president has found The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen strangely silent on the issue of gun control. The president has fallen strangely silent on the issue of gun control. The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen. The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen strangely silent on the issue of gun control. The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen strangely silent. The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen strangely silent on the issue of gun control. The president has fallen strangely. Okay. The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen strangely silent on the issue of gun control. The president has fallen strangely. The president has fallen strangely silent. The president has fallen strangely on the issue of gun control. The president has fallen strangely on the issue of gun control. On the issue of gun control. You rent files. You rent files to. You rent files to. You rent files to. You rent files. You rent files. You rent a file. You rent files to. 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 You rent files to on the first of the month. You rent files to. You rent files to on the first of the month. On the first of the month. You rent a file. You rent a file to. You rent files on the first. You rent files. You rent files to on the first of the must be paid. You rent must be paid. Must be paid. You rent files to. You rent files. You rent files to. You rent files. You rent files. You rent files to on the first of the month. You rent files to on the first of the month. On the first of the month. You rent files. You rent files. You rent files to. You rent files to on the first of the day. On the first of the month. You rent files to. You rent files to on the first of the month. Of the month. Sentence files. Sentence files. Sentence files. Sentence files. Sentence files. Sentence file. 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 气死我了。Silence fail. Silence fail. Silence fail on the group. Silence fell on the group of men. Silence fell on the group of men, and they received the news. Silence fell on the group of men. Silence fell on the group. Silence fell on the group of men, and they received the news. And they received the news. Silence fell on the group. Silence fell on the group of men. Silence fell on the group of men, and they received the news. And they received the news. And they received the news. Silence fell on the group. Silence fell on the group of men. Silence fell on the group of men, Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Silence fell on the group. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. They became silent, quiet. Silence fell on the group. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. As they received the news. And they received the news. Silence fell on the group of men as they received the news. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of an older student. She fell under the influence of an older student. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of an older student. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of an older student. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of an older student. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence on older students. She fell under the students began. She fell under the influence by older students. An older students. She fell under the influence of an older students. Older students. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence on older students. She fell under the influence. She fell under the influence of an older students. She fell under the influence. Of an older student. She fell under the influence of an older student. Be defeated. To be beaten or 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 defeated. To be beaten, fight, beaten. beaten or defeated, to be beaten or defeated, beaten or defeated, to be beaten or defeated. Beaten. To be beaten or defeated, to be beaten or defeated. If a place falls in a war or an election, an enemy, beaten gold or another metal. Beaten gold or another metal has been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. With a hard object. She was wearing a necklace of beaten gold or another metal has been made flat by having been hit repeatedly with a hard object. Beaten. If a place falls in a war or beaten, to be beaten or defeated, 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 to be beaten across or track on ground, to be beaten or defeated, or defeat, to be beaten or defeated, to be beaten or defeated. The president fell from power during the military. The president fell from power during the military. Military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from under. To be beaten or defeated. Far from power. The president fell from power. The president fell from power during the military coup. Military success. Military coup. Military coup. Military coup. The president fell from power during the president fell from power during the military coup. The government The government finally fell after losing the support of the center parties. The president fell. The president fell from. Power during the military coup. The president fell from power. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power during the military coup. The president fell from power. The president fell from power. The president fell from power during the military coup. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central party. The president fell from power during the military coup. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell fail after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support. The government finally after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. The government finally fell after losing the support of the central parties. If a place central parties. If a place falls in a war an election. If a place falls in a war an election. If a place falls in a war an election. If a place falls in a war an election. If a place falls in if a place falls in a war an election. If a place falls in a war. If a place falls in a war an election. If a place falls in a war an election. If a place falls in a war an election. If a place falls in a war an election. An enemy army or a different political party gets counter of it. If a place falls in a war. If a place falls in a war. If a place falls in a war. If a place falls in a war an election. If a place falls If a place falls in a If a place fails, if a place falls in a war, if a place falls in a war or an election, if a place falls in a war, if a place falls in a war or an election, if a place falls in a war if a place falls in a war or an election an enemy army or a different political party gets count of it. Army or a different political party gets count of it. An enemy army or a different political party gets count of it. An enemy army or a different political party gets count of it. If a place falls, if a place falls in a war, an enemy army or a different political. 你先看跳。An enemy army or a different. An enemy army or a different political party gets count of it. An enemy army or a different political party gets count of it. An enemy army or a different political party gets count of it. An enemy army or a different political. An enemy army or a different political party gets count of it. An enemy army or a different political party gets count of it. Okay, if a place falls in a war or an election or an enemy army or a different political party gets count of it. Rome fell to the Vandals. Rome fell to the Vandals in AD 455. Rome fell to the Vandals at 455. To the Vandals. Rome fell to the Vandals. Okay, Rome fell to the Rome fell to Caesar. 还没结束作业。3条，做3个方程，这是不是做2个？今天是做3个，这回去今天是Rome fell to the Vandals. Rome fell to the Vandals in AD 450. Rome fell to the Vandals in AD 450. Rome fell to the Vandals. Rome fell to the Vandals in AD 455. The constituents. The constituents fell to labor. The constituents fell to the fell to labor at the next election. The constituents fell to labor at the The constituents fell to labor at the next election. The constituents labor. The constituents. One of the official area of a country that elect that someone to represent it in a parliament or legislature. Act 4. Represent. Act 4. Complaint. 这是分享这些，我感觉是 labor， 怎么这样比例是 labor work. Okay, the constituents failed to labor at the next election. Failed to labor at the next election after 10 years. After at the next fail labor work. The constituents failed to labor at the next election after 10 years of conservative rules. After 10 years of conservatives not usually like or trusting change, especially sudden change。这个故事情节是不是在电视上演？这个故事情节是不是在电视上才能看见？其实现实有时候比电视。Constitution 只不过很多事情没有发生现在，这里身边没有。Conservative 是我现在想的，都这个是。像这样。They conservative， 我想说一个，以前很难打的，以前是真的，They can say this continue after好，看一下。After 10 years of conservative rules， 这就是 After 10 years of conservative rule，the constituency failed to deliver up at the next election. After 10 years of conservative rule, after 10 years of conservative rule, the constituency failed to labor at the failed to deliver at the next election after 10 years of conservative rule. Okay, the constituency failed to labor at the last election. After 10 years of conservative rule. After 10 years of conservative rule, the constituency labor failed to labor at the next. The constituents failed to labor at the last election. The constituency failed to labor at the last election. Forced labor at the last after 10 years of conservative rule. Okay, the constituents failed to labor at the last election after 10 years of conservative rule. After 10 years of conservative rule. After 10 years of conservative rule. 去说应该到这么着。After the constituents failed to labor at the last election. The constituents failed to labor. The constituents failed to labor at the last election. After 10 years of conservative. After 10 years of conservative rule. The constituents failed to labor at the last election after 10 years of conservative rule. After 10 years of conservative rule. The constituents failed to labor at the next election after the 10 years of conservative rule. After 10 years of conservative rule. Conservative rule. The constituents failed to labor. At the next election. After 10 years of conservative rule. Naturally, If soldiers fall while fighting, if soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. If soldiers fall while fighting, if soldiers fall while fighting, fall while fighting, they are killed. If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. 现在发现If soldiers fall while fighting, If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. If soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. Many brave men fell in the fighting to save the city. Many brave men fell in the fighting, save the city. In the fight. Many brave men in the fight to save the city. Many brave. Okay. If soldiers fall, naturally. If soldiers fall while fighting, they will kill. If soldiers fall, they are killed. Fall in battle during the war. This soldiers fall the part. A fight between armed forces. The battle of the sun. Her only brother was killed in battle. Her only brother was killed in battle. A fight between armed forces. A fight between armed forces. Combat. Friend. Come involved. Especially when you have involved in dangerous matter. Waste. Friend. Our friend, especially from carried. I will need the comrade. I need to kill comrade. Okay. Comrade. During the war, this 是年轻的机会，这个就是和男生女生可选择几个上，对不对？男生he saw many of his comrades fall in bed. During the war, he saw many of his comrades fall in battle. During the war, he saw many of his comrades. During the war, he saw many of his comrades fall in battle. During the war, he saw many of his comrades fall in battle. During the war, he saw many of his comrades fall in battle. During the war, he saw many of his comrades fall in battle. Friends. A friend, especially one who you have been involved in difficult or dangerous, usually imaginable activities with. He saw many of his comrades fall in battle. To come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. To come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. To come at a particular time. To come at a particular time. To come at a particular To come at a particular time. To come at a particular time. To come happen. To come at a particular time. To come at a particular time or happen in a particular time or happen in a particular place. To come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. To come at a particular time or happen particular place. In a particular place. Okay. To come at a particular time or to come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. To come at a particular to come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. Easter falls late this year. Easter falls late this year. Easter falls late this year. Easter Falls Net. Easter Falls Net this year. 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 Okay, Easter Falls Net. Easter. Holidays. Easter.
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 Easter. Easter.
Easter. A Christian religious holiday to celebrate Jesus Christ's return to life after he was killed. Far in battle during the war, his so many of his comrades fell in battle. To come at a particular time will happen in a particular place. Easter Falls Net this year. Easter Falls Net this year. Easter Falls Net this year. Okay, I'm right. Easter Falls， 那刚刚是什么回事 ？Easter Falls Net this year. Easter Falls Net this year. Easter Falls Net this year. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. Friday this year. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. My birthday will fall on My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. Okay, this year. Okay, let me see.
Podcasters on Spotify and musicians on Spotify. Not to pick on Spotify, they're just emblematic of the whole thing. And we've had this transition where it's like Web 1, okay, who won that? Microsoft, maybe Netscape, and Google was a big winner of Web 1. And then Web 2, who won that? Well, it's Apple and Google and maybe Facebook. And is Web 3 also going to be controlled by big companies? No. The beauty of Web 3 is, for the first time, all the data is actually open. The data is literally living in the blockchain or in distributed systems, but it's secured. It's actually secured far better than these corporations can secure our data because it's each secured by our own private key. So each of us has a safety deposit box now in the cloud that we can give selective access to with our private keys to people who need them when they need them, and then close them off again so they're not leaked in the next credit reporting hack or the next big company hack. And then who owns the platform underneath? As Chris said, it's the contributors own the platform instead of corporations own the platform. And all the people who are pro-co-op and who are pro-collectivism should be embracing this, because now we can own the platforms that we are actually building with our collective creative efforts. And finally, developers love this because the code is now open instead of being closed. So it's this insane concept, a revolutionary concept, where we've flipped applications from being closed code, corporations own the platform and users are the data, to open code, contributors own the platform and users own their data. And so now these things become completely composable. And I think one of the reasons why the Web3 revolution is going to be so nonlinear and so unexpected and so fast is because with open code means these applications plug into each other like Lego blocks. You go buy a Lego for your kids, well, it connects to every Lego piece that your kid already owns. It connects to all the other Lego pieces of the kids down the block, and they can build anything they want out of it. And that's how code on Web3 works. That's how data on Web3 works. And that's how even ownership on Web3 works, where I can own a little piece of every platform that I contribute to. And this is absolutely a revolution.
Naval, could you define a word which comes up a lot in Web3, composable, and what that means, how people use it?
The beauty is this is all open source, so it's not even APIs anymore. I don't have to access through the very limited APIs that a Twitter might expose and then take away later on, as they've famously done. I can literally connect to the code at any point that I want to. And then in open source, you only solve each problem once. So if somebody has built a good version of how to solve a certain problem, I'm just going to reuse that and reuse it again. Maybe I'll fork it, maybe I'll improve it a little bit, maybe I'll port it to a slightly different system. But essentially, at the fundamental level, each problem only has to be solved once. So composable means that it's like Legos or like digital Legos, where I can just copy the Lego and then build on top of it. So the effect to a competitor is like a Voltron type thing, where all of a sudden all the apps in Web3 can sort of team up to create any app needed. Example is there was an innovation in DeFi called automatic market makers, which is instead of having to have an exchange where you have paid market makers and firms on the other side ensuring liquidity in any market. You go in the stock market and you buy a stock, there's someone else on the other side who is paid to provide liquidity to sell you the stock at the exact moment that you want to buy the stock. But in Web3, we created this innovation with DeFi actually called automated market makers, where you can just do it through code. Now, once you've done that in code, and the most famous company is Uniswap, which is of course an recent investment, so congratulations, Chris. But once it's done, then anybody else can copy it. Then it can just be plugged in, dropped into any new application. So if you look at, for example, games that are going to come out that are Web3 based, they're going to have entire market economies in them. They will have custody solutions. They will have NFTs built inside of them. They'll be completely composable in that any piece from any other app can plug into any other app permissionlessly. And so you're building an edifice. It's almost like building a civilization or a city of interconnected apps instead of these silos in which the data is not portable, the code isn't portable, users aren't portable. So that's probably way longer of a definition than you wanted, and Chris can give you a crisper one, I'm sure.
I think that was great. I like to say that composability is to software as compounding interest is to finance, right? It's sort of this magical thing where if you get it going, it has a sort of exponential hockey stick. I think related to what Naval said, I think one thing people who aren't in the tech business may underestimate is how dominant open source software is. So open source software went from a curiosity in the 90s. I happen to be watching a thing about Microsoft in like 1999 in the antitrust case. The word Linux doesn't come up. It's all Java. Of course, what actually happened is Linux is the thing that won. 99.9% of the code in the world is open source software that runs. So every server you talk to on a data center, that's almost all Linux. Your Android phone is Linux. Most of the software on your iPhone is open source. How did open source win? It's composability, is what we've all said. You only have to solve each problem once. Once you solve a problem, just go on GitHub and fork it and reuse the code. What Web3 is doing is just taking that level of rapid innovation and applying it to web services in addition to just software. The one thing software couldn't do is it couldn't run itself. It relied on a company to run it. So a lot of the tech industry today is take open source software, add a little bit of extra proprietary software on top, and then instantiate it, run it, and then charge for it. Software as a service. And that's great, and they provide value, and they should make money from that. But the kind of key thing driving underneath is this composability of open source software. And now we're going to extend that to this new area.
Yeah, composability even goes beyond software, even though that's how it's commonly used. It even goes into media. So for example, today, if I want to build something on top of the Star Wars platform, I got to go cut a deal with Disney. But in the open source composable NFT world, artists are basically giving away the concepts. Yes, you can always right-click and save an image or the code and then modify it, but you can build on top of it. So people will be building games, they'll be building cultural artifacts, new memes, new music on top of NFTs, and more value accrues to the underlying NFT because now it's becoming more popular. And at the end of the day, the value of a piece of art or media is directly proportional to how the community around it, and who's using it, and who's promoting it, and who's working with it. So it kind of blows away this idea of copyright and intellectual property. and instead it creates the most powerful memes in the world, memes in the broad sense of music and movies and books included in memes, not just little internet memes that we are familiar with. And media itself becomes composable, and the greatest artists are going to have the greatest distribution. It's why, not to pick on our friend, but one reason why I think Joe Rogan and others make mistakes by going to Spotify is that the power of a meme, the power of an idea, is determined by how many computers it's running on. The power of a program is how much computation power it has behind the power of an idea is how many brains is it running in. So if you have good ideas, you want to spread them as far and wide as possible. That's why I'll never charge for a piece of content. And no one in their right mind who has good ideas should. You don't want to restrict the avenues. You want people to recompose your ideas. Akira the Don takes stuff that I say and remixes into music, and there's smart nonsense out there making videos and cool animations out of it. And Jack Butcher does visualizations. This is all free. Or Eric Jorgensen does the almanac. I don't have to do any of it. This is all composability around media. Now, I don't have an underlying monetization mechanism, but if I wanted to, I could issue NFTs against the original content. And there are collectors and people who will pay for that. And my content is just becoming more and more famous. So that's an example of composability in action that extends beyond just software. Composability is a very, very powerful concept. And if you want to, for example, I know a lot of your listeners create a lot of content. They're content creators and innovators and creators themselves. And if you want your content to get as much out there as possible, don't hold anything back. If you have good ideas, you want to spread them as widely as possible, and you wish you should be so lucky that other people come and compose them with their own content and create new memes and new ideas.
Just a quick thanks to one of our sponsors, and we'll be right back to the show. This episode is brought to you by UCAN. UCAN. What you eat and how you live, exercise, sleep, stress, all play an important role in how your body handles glucose. Its main form of energy. You might think of blood sugar. That is glucose. When glucose levels are steady and you avoid spikes, you're improving your metabolic fitness. An important way to take control of your metabolic fitness is to eat and fuel with foods that help regulate blood sugar. To help enhance my own metabolic health, I was introduced to UCAN by Dr. Peter Tia, who said there is no carb in the world like it. UCAN's patented ingredient, superstarch, has the remarkable ability to provide a steady release of energy without spiking blood sugar levels. I use UCAN's energy powders and low-calorie bars to maintain focus throughout long days, more exercise, better performance when training, and to avoid fatigue without making metabolic compromises. So when I need a Scooby snack, when I need a little pick-me-up, I reach for UCAN. UCAN has a variety of different products with superstarch to help you balance your blood sugar, from energy powders and bars to granola and almond butter. There's a whole suite. Check out my favorites at ucan.co/Tim. That's ucan.co/Tim. And save 30% on your first order. That's ucan.co/Tim. I'd love to add just a couple things here, just to give some spice and specifics to some examples, as you just did, and to further explain why this stuff has kept me up late at night.
By the way, the Tim Ferriss show is just going to become a crypto podcast and conversion that.
No, it will not. It will not. I promise, folks, even though I'm getting pulled into the deep water and getting spun into the vortex, I'm able to tread water, and I will not pull everyone in with me. But this stuff is important. I think it's very important to explore, and it's excited me because I have seen how much good creators, good authors, good musicians have struggled because they are not good at marketing. But they have diehard fans. Maybe a small group of diehard fans, but they have some number of diehard fans, and many of the listeners of the podcast will recognize the title of an essay or blog post called 1,000 True Fans by Kevin Kelly. I know that, Chris, you've also written about 1,000 True Fans. You can find it at kk.org. I recommend it consistently all the time. And what Web3 allows you to do is align your interest with collective interest with other true fans' self-interest by allowing them to own digital property that you create. And what has excited me is I'm seeing a lot of experimentation. So we were talking about some of the advantages of Chris, you were talking about some of the advantages of Web3. One of the advantages of Web3 is also, it appears, and please correct me if I get any of this wrong, guys, is that it is very easy, relatively speaking, compared to, say, Web 2 era, for many companies or projects to reach escape velocity. So if they're raising money, for instance, they might raise once or twice small amounts of capital, and then they have a token and they're able to sort of control their destiny through a collective who act as stakeholders. And in addition to that, if we look at an example like Bored Ape Yacht Club, people can take a look, you're seeing, because of the composability, right, this Lego block aspect and low barriers to entry with respect to cost, that people are able to experiment widely. And in the case of Bored Ape Yacht Club, and thanks to Punk6529 for sharing this particular example with me because I wasn't aware, in addition to selling, say, the JPEG associated with this NFT, this property title that gives you this digital asset, commercial rights were also provided to at least some purchasers of these Bored Ape Yacht Clubs. So then you have people who are going out with their specific Bored Ape and creating coffee companies or creating craft brew companies. I've never seen anything like that before. And certainly, if you're a young, tech-savvy intellectual property lawyer, your services are going to be in need. So good to get up to speed. But the fact that all of these experiments can be run concurrently at such low cost says to me that the ecosystem is going to produce, through natural selection and evolution and recombination of different types, lots of things that will be very, very exciting. And it doesn't even matter if 98%, 99% end up being garbage, because the winners, kind of like finding Amazon or Google in 99 or 2000, will end up being so impactful. And maybe that's just me drinking the Kool-Aid, I don't know, but that's how it feels to me.
Yeah, I mean, like, you're right, Bored Apes, I think that the recent drop they did with the mutant apes, so they did this thing where you got like a potion and you could get kind of your mutant counterpart. I think they made $100 million. As far as I know, they haven't raised venture capital, and they made $100 million on that one drop. So certainly, yes, it's a different economic model. They take it farther where you get the commercial rights. The next stage, which people are playing around with now, is to actually have the community create narratives. And so, for example, Wattpad, these kind of fanfic communities. Imagine the next Harry Potter. The future Harry Potter is owned by the NFT holders. And they get to decide, they get to write all sorts of interesting fiction, and they get to vote and decide what becomes canon and what is not. Imagine the passion people have for Star Wars and all these other kinds of communities, and now imagine they own a piece of it and they control a piece of it. It's about to get really, really interesting. I don't think there's been this much creative kind of energy since the 90s. I don't think mobile compares to it.
Now we get into the meat of it, which are NFTs, non-fungible tokens. And this is something that Chris has been on from day one. Of all the investors that I know in the entire space, Chris has been the first one who got into NFTs in a big way and has stayed consistent on it. In fact, February of this year, I remember meeting with him, and all he wanted to talk about was NFTs, and I didn't even understand at the time. And I was like, yeah, whatever, Chris, that sounds cool, nice toy. And now I'm like, what did you say again? So I sort of missed NFTs. But NFTs, for me, answered a whole bunch of questions that I didn't have the answer to before. One question was, a bunch of people showed up and they bought Bitcoin early, and they get to get rich in this giant wealth transfer as we move from fiat currencies into sort of scarce math-backed currencies, as Chris also once called them. And so, does that just mean that the people who showed up in 2009 and 2015 or 16 get rich and everybody else kind of is a pauper? No. There's a funny quote out there floating around where somebody said, every generation invents its own new Ponzi scheme and rejects the previous generation's Ponzi scheme. And now we're moving in much faster times. So the previous generation's Ponzi scheme might have been Bitcoin or Ethereum. If you think about what Bitcoin is, Bitcoin shows up and says, we reject fiat, we reject printed money, we reject kings and rulers and tyrants, we want people's currency. Great, we got that. And then someone says, wait, you can create your own currency? Well, I want to create my own currency. So you get all these altcoins, and everybody steps up and says, well, I got my own currency. So ironically, there are now probably more currencies out there than there are tokens. There's more currencies than Bitcoin. And so people are fighting to say, well, instead of your ledger of record, let's use my ledger of record. And NFTs are people come up and say, actually, maybe digital value, digital assets are like fashion. They're culture. They're always emerging. They're always composing. They're always combining. They're always going out of style. And just like in the real world, anything that's in fashion can hold value. It could be real estate, which is a real use case. It could be oil. It could be gold. It could be every single house. It could be every single business. It could be a pair of shoes. It could be a laptop for a brief period of time. The same way, every digital asset that has a community and a culture around it can hold value for some period of time. Now, of course, it will be very non-linearly distributed. The vast majority of objects will trend towards zero value. It may be flashes in the pan, but at least this gives a chance for everybody who's come in late to the crypto revolution, late in quotes because we're still so early, gets a chance to say, okay, we can define any object as having value that we believe has value. And these cultural memes that we're creating around NFTs, like Bored Ape Yacht Club, they don't have to like harass you into hodling them. Hodling is this meme in the Bitcoin community, right? You gotta hold your Bitcoin. It's a misspelling of hold.
Okay.
But in the NFT world, you hold for sentimental value. If you're Punk 6529, someone comes up to buy your punk, you're not gonna sell it. In fact, I think just famously recently, one of the punks who's using it as Twitter ID, because it's the new blue check mark on Twitter, but it's actually validated and verified through wallet ownership. He got offered something like $10 million for his CryptoPunk. And it was just kind of a random generic little 8-bit pixel CryptoPunk, but he refused to sell because that was his identity. And he basically had to say, even though I may not be worth that much money, I'm not for sale. And that actually made it a cultural meme and an icon, and now his CryptoPunk's probably worth even more. So NFTs are this absolutely fascinating rabbit hole. I think Chris was probably the first investor to identify them at scale, going all the way back to his Dapper Labs investment. These are the people who built CryptoKitties, and evolving from there. So I would just love to hear Chris go into NFTs, like the evolution of them and kind of where they're headed.
Yeah, I'm very excited about NFTs. I think that they're very, very broad, what I would call primitive. Primitive, just so you understand, like the way we kind of use it is there's these kind of key foundational building blocks of the internet. And I think that most of the issues that develop were some of the things I talked about earlier about how you were limited in what you could build using open methods. And a lot of the problems, frankly, I think come from advertising. The fact that we didn't have native payments and tokens and all these things we now have. What Google wanted to do, they wanted to have a digital closed loop. And a digital closed loop prior to crypto, you could really only do that with advertising. And so we built this giant infrastructure. The internet now is powered by banner ads and search ads and things like this. And that has been great for a few companies. It's generally been really, really bad for creative people. Someone had a great tweet yesterday. The Web 2 companies convinced you to give away your creations in exchange for little hearts. But yeah, tell me about how NFTs are the real scam or something. It was some formulation like that. Like, it's kind of amazing that they've convinced all these people, Instagram, what did they pay out? 0. Facebook, 0. Twitter, 0. YouTube, 50%. Apple, just for having the phone, they take 30%. Do you know how many businesses can't survive when you take 30%? It's kind of crazy that we put up with this. So now, as you said, put aside NFTs. Just look at like Substack. So there's no crypto in Substack. So what's going on with Substack? It's a platform, like a sort of a newsletter platform you can go to as a writer and have people subscribe to it. It's relatively simple, really elegant idea. But the interesting thing you see now is you see writers who previously might make, I don't know what, $100,000 or something, getting $1 million a year. And you see a lot of people saying, hey, that shouldn't happen. We were told the internet is bad for creative people. The internet is not bad for creative people. Web 2 is bad for creative people. Spotify, I just saw the stat the other day. Spotify advertises a stat. They have 8 million artists, 14,000 of them make $50,000 a year. The rest make less than that. Those are businesses, you have costs. You basically, it's very hard to live below that. So 14,000 kind of make a living out of 8 million. Is that working? And I'm not blaming Spotify, by the way. A lot of that money goes to labels, and I think Spotify's a good company. It's the model. It's the logic of that model. So, and then you have these cases of like this musician Blau, who I think he's like a medium-sized artist on Spotify. He did an NFT drop, he made $11 million. Even if you assume that $11 million is a bubble or something, people say it's a bubble. If he made $100,000, it's transformative. It's the same thing that's going on with Substack. And so what you have is now you have this really powerful new way for creative people who were previously getting banner ads at best, very poor monetization, are now able to go and create all sorts of interesting things. And we're seeing the early versions of it. You could create a JPEG, you can create digital album art, sort of an obvious thing that musicians are doing now. But it can be much more than that. It's just an object. Just like in the real world, we have all sorts of different classes of objects. We have art, we have utilities, NFTs are just as broad a concept. And so I think you're going to see all sorts of interesting experimentation where, maybe a musician, you get something that's beautiful, but also you can go use in different ways. You can take it from a game or bring it into another experience, or use it to go to a real life show as a ticket. And it's a means of patronage. I think one of the things I experience, I really encourage people to participate in these communities to understand them. I buy NFTs on Foundation, which is one of our investments, which is sort of a high-end art NFT platform, curated platform. For example, there's a science fiction writer graphic designer who I bought a bunch of his NFTs, and he DMs me, and now we're friends. And it's like, I never understood people that bought physical offline art. I've never had any interest in it.
Easter falls late this year. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. Okay, birthday will fall. Okay, to come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. My birthday will fall on a Friday this year. Night, darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Okay, darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. We got to the camp. Camp. A place where people stay in tents or other temporary structures. A place where people stay in tents or other temporary. Okay, darkness. Okay, I'm fine. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Yeah. I can learn that. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. It's fun. Jeez. Friends? Okay, friends. Guys, friends? Probably. Okay, we're friends. Right. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. We got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Darkness had fallen by the time. Darkness had fallen by the time. Darkness had fallen by the time. Douglas had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Douglas had fallen by the time we got Douglas had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Douglas had fallen by the time. Douglas had fallen by the time. Douglas had fallen by the time. Douglas had fallen by the time we got back on the. We got back to the camp. Douglas had fallen by the time. Douglas had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Douglas had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Douglas had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. In the word table. The accent. In the word table, the accent falls on the first snibble. In the word table, the accent the way in which people in a particular area, country, or social group. That's cool. Accent. In the word table, the accent falls on the first snibble. The accent on the first snibble. In the word table, the accent falls on the first snibble. In the word table, the accent falls on the first snibble. On the first snibble. In the word table, the accent falls on the first snibble. In the word table, the accent. In the word table, the accent. In the word table, the accent falls on the first snibble. And the first syllable. On the first syllable. To hang. To hang down loosely. The boys to hang down. to hand down loosely, to hand down loosely, to hand down loosely, to hand down loosely, far around, to hand down loosely, far around. The boy's hair, the boy's hair, the boy's hair, the boy's hair fell around, the boy's far around, the boy's hair fell around his shoulder. The boy's hair fell around his shoulder in gold curls. The boy's hair fell around. 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 The boy's hair fell around his shoulders in gold curls around his shoulder. The boy's hair fell around his shoulder. The boy's hair fell around his shoulders on his curls. In gold curls. The boy's hair fell. The boy's hair fell around. The boy's hair fell around in shoulder. Fell around his shoulders. The boy's hair fell around his shoulders in gold curls. The curls. The boy's hair. The boy's hair fell around. The boy's hair fell around his shoulders. The boy's hair fell around shoulders in gold curls. The boy's hair fell around her shoulder in gold curls. In gold curls. Okay, they will fell almost. They will fell almost to her waist. The veil. What meaning of this? The veil. Okay, the veil fell almost to her waist. 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 They will 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 fell almost to her waist. If your face file. Your face file. Your face file. If your if your face files if your face file suddenly look unhappy or disappointed. If your face file you suddenly look unhappy you suddenly look unhappy or dis If your face file If your face file is suddenly unhappy or disappointed. If your face file If your face file you suddenly if your face file you suddenly look unhappy or disappointed as face his face. 错了，对了。His face fell when he saw the distance. He still had to go. So the distance. His face fell when he saw the distance. He still had to go. So, okay, his face fell when he saw the distance. He still had to go. His face fell when he saw distance. When he saw the distance, he still had to go. His face fell when he saw the distance. He still had to go. He saw the distance. He still had to go. His face fell when he saw distance. He still had to go. If your face falls, if your face falls, you suddenly fall. Suddenly became if it's belonged. Became verb became. First of all, change. It was sudden. The present had changed. And you went. Became to change to a particular condition for a different. You went found to. You went found become to. You went found. You went found to. Open the book. Open picture runs far as. Foul to expect. Silence foul. Silence. fallen. Okay, this is the same. Don't. Okay. Fall under. She fell under the influence. Okay, she fell under. Silence fell. Silence fell on the groove. Silence. She became silent. They became silent. They became calm. They became silent. Okay, they're right. Defect. To be dead. To be bad or defect. To be bad or defect. File. The printer fell. Fell. The printer. The printer fell from power during the from the president. The president fell from power during the military coup. The government finally fell after losing the lose the support. No support after fail. One fail. The vans. One failed. Eight. Rome failed to vandals. The constitution failed to live. 10 years. Conservative. They can last chance. The last at the last chance. They can still feel after 10 years. After 10 years. After 10 years. Okay, constitutions failed labor at the next after 10 years of conservative rule. Conservative rules. Conservative rules. Conservative rules. Conservative rules. Conservative rules. Rule. If soldiers fall while fighting, if soldier they are killed. If soldier fall. If soldier 如果 If soldiers fall while fighting, if soldiers fall while fighting, they are killed. Many braves fell during the war. Has so many and fell in battle. Fight between armed forces. But incorrect when a rocket falls happen to come at a particular time or happen in a particular place. Easter falls late this year. Fall on my birthday will fall on a Friday this year. Darkness had fallen by the time we got back to the camp. Got back to the camp. On the word table, the accent fall on the first. The accent. Accent. Pronunciation, the way in which people in a particular area, country, or social group pronounce words. He has a strong South Boston accent. Strong. The way make sound to say a word or letter. Fall on the first signs. In the word table. Fall accent. Table. Accent falls. Accent falls. Then the table. In the table, the accent falls on the first syllable. Accent fall on the first syllable. In the word table, the accent falls on the first syllable. In the word table, the accent fast. In the word table, the accent. So, 也就是说，中国这个。On the first syllable. The word table accent. To hand down loose, to hand down loose, to hand down loose, far around, hand down. Hand down loose. Hand down loose. Losing. Losing. The boys fell. Okay, they will fell around household. Yes. Yes. In golden curls, they will fall to her. Come on, 2 minutes. So she tears. To hand down those, they will your face on that still have to. 下周能多少了？下周能周五。And
now I kind of get it though, because I'm like, hey, this guy's cool. I want to be part of be in his network. I do venture capital. I hang around with tech people all day. It's fun for me to be able to talk to an artist. And at the same time, I can support him in this sort of non-transactional way and be his patron. And some people are buying stuff on these websites to make money. Some are doing it to patronize. Some are doing it to, I think down the road, we're going to see more and more utility use cases. The gaming is really interesting right now. I think the world hasn't seen this yet, but I will tell you, we have a games group at our firm that doesn't do crypto. And it's close to 100% of the things they're seeing now. These are founders that come out of like Riot and Blizzard and things like this. I think it's close to 100% of the meetings they have now involve NFTs. The games people get this, they're at the cutting edge. especially the kind of the younger ones, the next cohort. And there is going to be so much interesting stuff. And these are going to be real utility. So you can take this piece of art, you can take this sword, and you can mix and match and move it around, and they all kind of immediately get composability and why it's important. And we're just going to see like wave after wave of very creative things. I think of an NFT as, it's as general a concept as the web page. Think about the website. When it first comes out, people are like, oh, it's a website, and they try to kind of map it to the offline world. It's like a brochure. But then as we saw over this sort of 30-year period, all of these clever people come and they innovate. It's not a website, it's a social network, it's a SaaS tool, it's a this, it's a that. NFTs are going to be just as broad. It's a core new concept, the idea of owning something on the internet. Another way I like to think about it is like, imagine if in the real world, we couldn't own anything. And every time you go, this is kind of a wacky analogy, but like every time you go to a hotel or a restaurant, they're like, oh, you got to change your clothes and buy a new outfit. This is how the internet works today. And then you leave, like, hey, you got to give that stuff back, right? And then one day somebody comes along and they say, no, you can take it with you.
Yep.
Imagine the amount of innovation that would kick off. That's kind of what's been going on the internet. We had this sort of renting fiefdom design, and we've just kind of broken it open. And so people say, oh, it's a bubble, this and that. I think it's the beginning of this incredible 20-year kind of creative run.
I'd love, Chris, for you to talk a little bit more about the gaming, because I think NFTs in the gaming context are easily understood by a lot of folks, even if they don't game. But a lot of the applications make sense to me. So, I mean, you could talk about anything you want, right? I mean, So Rare is kind of interesting, but I think even more interesting, not necessarily more interesting, but there's been talk, and I think some of this might be kind of bright-eyed, bushy-tailed idealism, but the possibility of, say, universal basic income when we look at, let's say, something like YGG, or could you just speak a little bit to that and what that means? Because it's so interesting to me. And interesting is a lazy adjective. It's eye-opening and exciting.
What's the model today in video games? Video games are interesting because there have been new waves of technology, but the old wave still exists. So the old way to buy a video game with something like Madden, you pay $60 or whatever it costs these days. That's still around. That business is still around. There's companies like EA that do that. But then you had layered on top of it all these kind of new, more modern, when I think of more modern companies, and like probably the best ones are things like Fortnite and Supercell, Clash Royale, and League of Legends. These are basically, the model they use is the game is completely free. You can play it completely forever, and the only thing you buy are cosmetic goods. So you can't buy goods that make you win, because people think that would kind of undermine the integrity of the game. So it's all, just to look cool, status flex. And that's a $40 billion a year industry, just the virtual goods alone. And this, by the way, same thing is going on with NFTs. It was laughed at 10 years ago, 15 years ago. It was a big joke. Of course, it wasn't, and it's very important. But, those virtual goods are kind of locked into the game. Also, when you buy the virtual goods, all the money is going to the company. So what games like Axie Infinity, we're investors in one of these kind of new crypto games, is instead of it being you buy the goods from the company, it's much more peer-to-peer. It's much more the way eBay and Craigslist, you're buying it from another person who themselves were able to basically improve the NFT by playing the game. And so in the case of Axie, you have something on the order of 100,000 people, many of whom are in the Philippines, who make a living playing that game. And so they go and they do a bunch of different stuff, and people call it grinding, like you kind of play a bunch of stuff, and then they improve the NFTs, and then other people who maybe have more money than time buy them from it. And the company only takes, I think it's like a 3% take rate or something, as opposed to much more like a marketplace kind of fee, as opposed to taking all the money. So kind of protocol will take lower fees, but in exchange, you've got this like really kind of cool, vibrant economy. And basically, like Axie really kind of broke out. I think it's one of the 4 games that have 800,000, which is the max Discord users, and it's one of the 4. So it's one of them. There's like 2 million-ish active users. Like very, very popular game. By the way, not in any of the app stores, because Apple and Google are trying to fight Web3 bans, and yet they still have that kind of user base. And I think Axie, Axie's probably the thing that really inspired a lot of people. YGG mentions a separate company, which we're actually also investors in, which is it's Yield Guild Games. It's very cool. It's almost like what we call a DAO, but it's a online software kind of organization where people can essentially get loaned Axie so they can go play it and not have to pay the upfront costs and then earn money. So it's like this kind of guild model that you have in games where people kind of get together and join on the same team, but suddenly you can have sort of real money involved and people make real livings. So I think that the games industry, a lot of sort of the next generation of talent saw this, and we're excited.
Thank you, Chris. I'd love to add also just a few other I'm not going to give a ton of detail. I'll let people look these folks up. But from the creator standpoint, just bridging back to that, if we think of NFTs, I guess on a very, very basic level as property title of some type, there's actually a lot more that you can sort of embed into an NFT. So for instance, Dmitry Cherniak, I'd encourage people to check out Dmitry, incredible digital artist, incredible coder, really. So his art is code, and famous for a project and a series of pieces known as Ringers. But also, if you check out The Eternal Pump as an example, and I believe I'm getting this right. If not, I'm sure the internet will correct me and I'll make amends in the show notes. But what an artist can do is provide first access to future projects through certain sets of NFTs. And they can also create in real life interactions or requirements for people to go to, say, a certain location to mint, i.e., purchase, say, a given NFT. So there are all these permutations providing future privileged access or requiring real world actions, say, to be eligible to purchase or to receive a given NFT. The sort of Cambrian explosion of experimentation is beyond anything I have ever seen. And I've been in tech in one way or another, since 2007, so not that long, I guess, in the sort of long-term view of things, but I've never seen anything like it. Naval, do you have anything you'd like to add?
There's a really interesting, subtle point that both of you have been touching upon that may be worth making explicit, which is that I think a lot of people, when they first see NFTs, their reaction is, well, I can just right-click and save that JPEG. Why does this thing have value? And hopefully people who look into NFTs move past that pretty quickly, but you've both given examples of how these things have value that you can't just right-click and save as. The simplest one is just, yes, I can also photocopy any piece of art. Doesn't mean that I have the actual art. There's still provenance, there's still a linkage, there's still authenticity to the art itself. And the simplest way to see that is, for example, the Bored Ape Yacht Club, let's say we're building a metaverse. We're building like a 3D virtual space, and hopefully it's not Zuck, hopefully it's some crypto emergent thing on blockchains that we're all using that's open. Well, if I walk into two rooms, one room has the authentic Bored Ape Yacht Club, and it's got the actual nice photos of the apes or the CryptoPunks or whatever hanging on the walls, and my software tells me that. And then I walk into a different room, which has all fakes and copies, and my software immediately tells me, now you're in the fake one. Where do you think the cool kids are going to hang out? Where are the rich kids going to hang out? Where are the parties going to take place? So all of a sudden, having NFTs and this authentication gives spaces actual value. And so it allows you to create a metaverse, which then has a distinction between space A and space B. But that's just the simplest level. What you've also given examples of is, in a game, an NFT is a smart contract. It's a thing that is usable within the game, and a copy of the NFT is not. If I have a special piece of loot or a special item that I picked up in one game, and then the developer or the same blockchain or the same group of users went to a second game, and I get to port my NFT over, well, that authentic NFT is going to have some value, whereas a right-click save JPEG version is not going to have any value. And then finally, Tim, you gave the example of an NFT can also be a social contract between the creator of the NFT and the fans of the NFT, so that it acts as a ticket for access to future rights, and a fake one is not going to get you that. Or it gives you access to future pieces by the artist first, and so on and so forth. And I love Chris' example of it being a web page, because a web page is programmable. A web page can do anything. It's Turing complete. It can run any piece of code. And so we have these essentially Turing complete programmable objects that are now suddenly scarce, that you can own and that you can transfer and you can link to the real world, and you can link them to the digital world through smart contracts. You can link them to the real world through social contracts. By the way, Bitcoin is only linked to the real world through social contracts. I know this is going to be a controversial thing to say, but essentially it's a social contract between the community of Bitcoiners to accept Bitcoin, to accept that as a canonical ledger. So the same way among the Bored Ape community or among the CryptoPunk community or whatever, the Toads or the Frogs or whoever they are, whichever community, there is a social contract to accept these as the canonical avatars. So essentially what blockchains do is they allow open composability and programmability between all these objects in the digital domain, and there's those smart contracts that regulate those, and then social contracts that regulate it in the outside world. And NFT is no different. If Bitcoin can have value, if Ethereum can have value, then in theory an NFT can have value as long as the smart contracts, the social contracts, and the community enforcing it have value. Of course, that means most of them aren't, but some of them will.
I want to also come back to SoRare for a second. And I'm an investor in a few funds that have stake in SoRare. That's not why I bring it up. I bring it up because I listened to a podcast, a guy named Andrew Steinwald on Zima Red interviewing, I'm blanking on his last name, but his first name is AJ, who was, I believe, a data scientist at Amazon who then went on to become a SoRare player. So let me explain for a second. I'm not going to do it justice, but if you can imagine collecting, and this is, again, not going to do it justice, and either of you should correct me if I get this wrong, but digital trading cards that represent specific players that you can assemble into teams that are then benchmarked against real-world sports performance to determine how well your team does. With said team, you can win money in leagues of different types. Now, people are like, okay, fine, sports betting, interesting. But where it starts to get super, super interesting is because it's correlated to real-world play with these composite teams, you then have, right now, for instance, funds being created where they're hiring effectively digital sports managers. They're buying and loaning out these players, these NFTs, and then doubling down on the people who perform best as sports managers. And one of their dreams / goals is at some point to take all of this sports analytics intelligence and data science and to buy an actual sports team and to apply it there. Kind of like sabermetrics and the Oakland A's and Billy Beane back in the day, but in an environment where they can simulate and test and split test and multivariate test over and over and over and over again. I'll give one other example of things to come, and maybe it's already happening. You guys can probably speak to this, but let's say you buy a piece of artwork that is in the form of a digital NFT. And I suppose that's a redundant term, but in the form of an NFT. Right now, if you need a loan, you might secure that loan with collateral such as your home. And if it's not happening already, in the near future, people will be able to do that with collateral of high value that is secured and verified on the blockchain, right? You're not going to have to go to Sotheby's and get all the provenance and the letters and the this and the that, which is going to take forever. You'll be able to instantly verify it and then secure loans against something like a high-value NFT. Could be a Ringer, could be a Fidenza, could be a CryptoPunk, could be anything. I mean, there are going to be many different options. And I think those are things that just are not immediately apparent. They certainly weren't immediately apparent to me when Kevin Rose was the first person to show me CryptoPunks, and I was just flabbergasted. But when you start to, I mean, they're cool. I think they're amazing on a bunch of levels, but it's deceptively simple on the surface, and the implications are unbelievably nuanced. So I just wanted to give a few of those examples.
Yeah, I just want to drop one quote in here, which floats around on the internet. It's called Gall's Law. It's a rule of thumb for systems design. And it basically says that a complex system designed from scratch never works and cannot be patched to make it work. A complex system that works is invariably found to have evolved from a simple system that worked. So in that sense, NFTs are primitive, and people are going to recombine and assemble and compose these primitives to create incredibly complex systems. And everyone who competes with NFTs with a centralized solution, as happens inside every game or every social network, is trying to design a complex system from the top down. And it's kind of a miracle that it even works. So this is all part of the decentralization, user ownership revolution of Web3. We own the NFTs. They're simple, they're portable, they're programmable, they're composable, and people are going to recombine them to create these complex systems that work, that are going to be impossible for larger companies to compete with. And we can already see that Apple and Google don't like NFTs, and so you're not going to see a lot of Web3 applications on the phones anytime soon. And even I think recently it was Valve, which runs Steam, the game distribution service, said that they're not going to have NFTs on there or NFT-based games on there, and they're going to miss out. They're going to miss out on the largest boom in internet gaming since the beginning of internet gaming.
Chris, I'd love to ask you a question. Thank you, Naval. To come back to a word that you used, and we've spoken about this separately on the phone, because I wanted to know how the hell to pronounce this word. Skeuomorphic.
Yeah.
All right, so skeuomorphic. Maybe you could give some historical examples of like skeuomorphic design and what that means. And you've written before that one of the most common mistakes people make when evaluating new technologies is to focus too much on doing old things better. So I imagine we are seeing and will see a lot of people are trying to copy and paste Web 1 or 2 for Web 3. So I'd love for you to just spell and then give some examples of skeuomorphic design. And then after that, to give some examples, if you can, of sort of Web 3 native / emergent applications or instances to just illustrate what might be possible.
Yeah, so I didn't know there was spelling on this podcast. SKEU skeuomorphic.
Morphic, yeah, you got it.
So I think it was a Steve Jobs word that he used this word, and he used it to refer to visual design. So if you remember, the original iPhone had like a book app, and it had wood grain bookshelves. And so it was this concept and design of taking something from the offline world and using that design in the online world to make it look more familiar. For whatever reason, me and my colleagues started using this word all the time internally, like 3 or 4 years ago. I'm not sure if we invented it or got it. I mean, not invented it, but like sort of ported it over from the design world. I don't really remember, but we'd always use it to mean, you go back and look at early films, and early films looked like plays. They put people on, and they would walk around, and they stage it like plays. And then over time, kind of film developed its own kind of new grammar. And so you had a close-up, and you had an establishing shot. You go look at the old movies, they would just show Grand Central Station for like 10 minutes. And they learned over time, you could just show it for like a second, and the human brain would figure it out. And this happens with every new technology. The first cars, they mimicking the horses. And so the early web, for example, right? It was like brochures and magazines. So the opposite we call is sort of native. So you can do kind of web native stuff. Like it can be a two-way medium. It's code. You can do all sorts of other kind of cool stuff. So I think it wasn't until kind of the mid-2000s that people really started exploring the quote native web experience. And I believe the best investment approach was to bet on the native stuff. So I remember when YouTube was out, there were sort of two classes of video apps. There was the YouTube ones, and then there was these other ones which were basically saying, hey, we're going to take CBS and put it on the internet, enterprise software kind of model. People don't remember, there weren't YouTube stars back then. So it was all these just kind of silly viral videos or things that infringed on copyright probably, right? So when they got bought by Google, that was really controversial because it was the widespread meme, kind of like crypto today. It's all this shady, dark, and illegal stuff. But what they understood, the founders and Google to their credit, is that this was the true native video on the internet. And that once you created this experience, this thing where you could embed the videos and it worked seamlessly and there weren't permission paywalls all around it, that this huge creator community would come up around it. And you'd have this whole new, and now today, Dude Perfect, guys messing around on the basketball stuff or whatever, and didn't exist back then, has more subscribers than all the sports leagues combined on YouTube. It's not only were the native products the winners, but the native creators were the winners. And so this is a concept we use a lot internally. People who know me will tell you, when I'm negative on something, it's because it's skeuomorphic. People want to take blockchains and do like supply chain management, offline ticketing. These are, sorry. I'm glad there are entrepreneurs in every category, and I respect all entrepreneurs, but those are skeuomorphic ideas. I think they may work, but they're not going to be the thing people talk about 10 years from now. It's going to be this new stuff, the NFTs. So let me give you an example of a really cool project. There's a thing called Loot. Have you heard of Loot? It's this game.
Yeah, Loot by the former creator or I guess the creator of Vine.
Yeah, Dom Hoffman is a genius developer and product designer. Created this thing, Loot. And what Loot is basically it's just these little cards that have an inventory, like kind of a Dungeons and Dragons style game. So it'll say Magic Cloak, just literally those words on a page. And those themselves are NFTs. But what's so cool about it is that it inspired this whole community of people to build around it. It's almost like if, Ernest Hemingway, instead of writing the book, wrote just the first page of the book and then let the community kind of add the next page. And so that's what Dom is. He wrote, this is the beginning of it. Now let your imaginations go wild. And by the way, there won't be one canonical game. There'll be 100 different things that all kind of they're in the Lootverse. It's this whole tapestry of creative people adding different bricks into this new structure. And that's just a very profound new way to think about building a game, and something you couldn't have done without, as Naval called it, these very simple new building blocks. And it's exactly the simplicity that makes them so powerful, and the way you can recombine them. And that's just an early experiment. There'll be many more cool experiments like that. But what's cool about that experiment, what do they say, like the Velvet Underground or something had only 1,000 fans, but they all started bands kind of thing? Loot doesn't have like millions of users, but the people that like it are the best product designers in the world. I think it's going to be one of those moments where, in the same way, Naval, you remember this, Delicious and Flickr, there was this period of like 2003 to 5, and kind of all the core Web 2 primitive stuff happened. And people was like, oh my God, like tagging. I mean, it sounds hilarious today. Tagging was like a breakthrough. It was a conceptual breakthrough. Because before that, it was like, oh, you have to have categories. Everything has to be mutually exclusive buckets. Every website had this thing on the left. Everything had to be in a bucket. Then tagging came and said, no, it doesn't have, it's like you have a computer with a lot of powerful capabilities. You can just make a tag and then default public. That was a revolutionary concept. So